All right, we are live. Hustle Town, welcome.
What's going on, man?
You hear you, I think. We have a couple people listening. No Clue says he is the number fifth like. Great. Hit that like button, everybody. Share this video with your followers on X and send it to friends, family, colleagues, everyone you can. Let's see how many people we can get in here. We're trying to grow our YouTube channel. Hit that like button and subscribe so that we can bring you in Tesla Live even better content. Miss Libby is here as well. Nick Pap is here. Let me know in YouTube live chat that you're here with us and the number of like. You can also leave a comment in live chat, engage with others. That all helps engagement and pushes the live stream to other people. So it signals to the algorithm that this is worth sending to other people. I also posted a link in live chat to the YouTube video. Send this link. You can just repost that on X and let your followers know of our watch party. Okay, we're going to start. Hustle Time, how are you, first of all? I can't hear you. Alexander's here. Perfect. Alexander's coming in from Europe. Alexander, what time is it over there?
10:30.
10:30. Okay. Hustle Town, are you there? We can't hear you right now.
Oh, I'm here. I'm sorry. I was
Okay.
busy trying to send this link.
Okay, thank you so much.
Hi.
We have another speaker that just popped in. So every time a speaker comes in, Uzi's here as well. Okay, we have our four speakers from Tesla Live on short notice. Thank you very much, everybody. Really nice to have you here. Let's jump in because we only have a half hour left until this quarter's update is released, investor update. So right now you see on the screens. Oh, we have JC here too. We're full house, baby. Let's go. JC, welcome. Okay, we're gonna go through the Q2 2024 update to remind us where we were last quarter and what were the kind of remaining issues were heading into it. And then we're gonna take it from there. Hustletown is our resident. What do you call it? Hustletown. What was your position in the Navy?
Squid.
Squid. Okay, perfect. Hustle Talent can let us know if there is any issues with audio, and let me know in the YouTube live chat if there's any issues in audio. If you're not
Audio is
speakers, if you're
actually pretty
really
good right
good.
now. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, it should be better because we're going directly from StreamYard to YouTube right now, as opposed to taking it from X to YouTube. So, okay, good. Let's see. Q2 2024 update. You can see this on your screens. I'm going to go through real quick. So last quarter, we had $1.6 billion GAAP operating income in Q2 after restructuring other charges, 1.5 billion GAAP net income in Q2, 1.8 non-GAAP net income. You can see it over here. Can you guys see my cursor on the other side?
Us?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, great. Operating cash flow was 3.6 billion. Free cash flow was 1.3 billion after AI infrastructure capex of 0.6 billion. So in Q1, this was 1 billion. In Q2, this is 0.6 billion. This is an important figure, everybody, because this is something that others do not spend. Other automakers do not spend on their own AI infrastructure. You're not going to see this from GM, Ford, Stellantis, VW, BMW, Mercedes. They don't care about developing their in-house AI infrastructure, which is a multi-year investment cycle for Tesla that is reducing free cash flow in the near term. But if all goes according to plan, it's going to lead to tens of billions, if not hundreds of billions of dollars in revenues and profits in future years. Okay, so there's a bit of a obviously short-term hit on profitability because of these massive investments. And that's part of the reason why the stock has declined in the last couple of years here. So
Yaman, I
yeah,
have a question. So would Rivian's Autonomy Plus, would that qualify as AI infrastructure CapEx?
no,
Um,
they're not training on their own GPU. They're not spending billions of dollars like Tesla or buying GPUs from NVIDIA or developing their own like Dojo, and they're not building a Giga Texas Cortex for them. Rivian is focused on trying to get their contribution margin positive. They don't really have the luxury like Tesla does to spend this money. They don't have the profitability, Tesla's profitability to spend this money on GPUs. Only Tesla is doing this. Only Tesla has the ability and the willingness to invest in building in-house AI training infrastructure that we believe, and obviously Elon believes, will lead to Tesla becoming much more valuable than it is today. Elon is betting the company on AI capabilities, whether it's FSD or Optimus or, God knows what else in future years. Okay, let's move on. Q2 reached a record quarterly revenues despite the difficult operating environment. The energy storage business continues to grow rapidly, setting a record in Q2 of 9.4 gigawatt hours deployments, resulting in record revenues and gross profits for the overall segment. We saw, I think, Q3 a bit of a dip on energy. Let's see if what they say something on the earnings call around that. Um, I'm interested in what the AI infrastructure CapEx was in Q3. We'll get to in a little bit, in about half hour. Record energy storage deployment, that's Q2. Optimus began performing tasks autonomously in one of our facilities. Okay. I think Tesla will probably talk a little bit about 1010 events. Maybe we'll get some details that we didn't get on 1010 in this earnings call about where FSD and Optimus specifically is. Maybe some metrics. These are wish list of comments. Obviously, we don't know. It's highly unlikely Tesla will share um, everything we want. Please take a moment to hit that like button and share this video with your followers on X. Let's bring everyone in here and have a great watch party for the next 2 hours. Half hour reviewing Q2 results, getting ready for Q3. Then Q3 results will come out. We'll go through that document together. We're going to discuss it for about half hour before the earnings call. Then we're going to listen to the earnings call together in this watch party. And then maybe we'll have a half hour recap after that. Okay. Cybertruck became the best-selling EV pickup in the US. That's also the case by far in Q3. And Cybertruck production is obviously ramping. Maybe we'll get some color around where the production rate is, where it's going to be in the next 3 months, and also whether it's reached or will imminently reach contribution margin positive in Q4. Okay, so those are the kind of key things to watch on the Cybertruck. Global EV penetration returned to growth in Q2 is taking share from ICE vehicles. Good. And I think China is doing really well. So maybe we'll get a color on where the EV market share is. Then progress continue AI initiatives. Maybe we'll get an update on Giga Texas Cortex. We saw yesterday in flyovers that Giga Texas Cortex cooling fans have turned on. So maybe it's starting to come online. And maybe Elon will talk about some, how it's going to impact FSD progress. I think he mentioned early on in previous months that Giga Cortex will train FSD models for hardware for vehicles, AI for vehicles specifically. So you might see a jump in FSD performance for AI for vehicles in the coming months because of Giga Cortex. We expect to see an increase in FSD attach rates for our fleet as the capability improves and we increase awareness of the convenience and safety it offers. Okay, great. Maybe we'll get a update on FSD attach rates. I doubt it, but maybe we'll get some subjective comment on that. Overall, our focus remains on company-wide cost reduction, including reducing costs per vehicle, growing our traditional hardware business, accelerating development of our AI-enabled products and services. The timing of robotaxi deployment depends on technological advancement and regulatory approval. Okay. Moving on. Anything else on that page, speakers? Okay. Great comments. Moving on to the next one. Oh, I see Hustletown is active in YouTube live chat. Yeah, I encourage speakers to engage in the live chat, answering questions. Okay. Moving on to the next page. We'll look at the margins as they come out. Obviously, these are both automotive and energy margins. I think they're going to be lower in Q3 again. At best, they should be flat. Um, I don't really focus too much on quarterly EPS figures. I don't even know what's expected, honestly. But I don't think it matters to long-term shareholders.
I have a question. Like
Yeah.
revenue this quarter needs to be at least 25 billion, right?
I don't think it matters that much. Like I said, I think the company's performance, stock price performance at this point is all about how fast FSD is progressing, attach rates. I don't think Optimus is impactful on the stock price just yet because I think it's 5-10 years out. And any positive comments around Cybertruck profitability, Cybertruck production ramp, 4680 ramp, cost reductions for 4680, FSD attach rates, I think those will be impactful. I don't know if they're going to share a 2025 production deliveries target. We'll see. I don't expect much out of the automotive side as long as interest rates stay high, and they are high, and the 10-year yield is rising. So loan rates, mortgage rates, all the loan rates will stay high for a while, it seems. Okay, capital expenditures 2.3 billion. 0.8 of that in Q2 was AI infrastructure, we said. We had free cash flow positive in Q2. Okay. Cash and cash equivalents, very strong. Tesla's balance sheet is clean. Not very much recourse debt. So very little recourse debt. It's a very clean balance sheet with high level of cash balance. Growth in energy generation storage, Cybertruck deliveries, regulatory credit revenue, growth in service. Those are the positive factors, tailwinds in Q2. Reduced sexy vehicle average selling price. I mean, especially Q4, I think is going to be very challenging for ASP because of all the incentives that Tesla is offering. It's great for customers, buyers, and everything, but for investors, ASP will probably stay low in Q4, and margins will probably stay low in Q4 as well. Decline in sexy vehicle deliveries, negative FX impact of 0.3. Okay. Profitability, talk about ASP, restructuring charges. We shouldn't see much restructuring charges in Q3, but there might be still a little bit. We'll see when the numbers come out. But those are one time really. So it doesn't matter that much. Anything on this page? Speakers? Oh, we have a member for 2 months, Real Zertek. Free milestone member chat. Testing 1 to 3. There you go. Real Zertek has been a member of our YouTube channel for 2 months now. Thank you very much. Anything else on this page, speakers? No, okay. Quarter end, so there's no hand raising in StreamYard or emojis, so feel free to just jump in. Quarter end, cash and cash equivalent. Okay, we talked about that. We had the production deliveries numbers already. Leasing was still very low. Global vehicle inventory days of supply should be pretty stable. Okay. I'm curious to see if Tesla or Elon is going to signal any sort of expansion of capacity of Cybertruck in the coming quarters. I think they're going to have to increase this beyond 125,000 to 250, and then maybe even more later as the price declines. But maybe this is not the time to announce these things when interest rates are still high. We have excess capacity, but in the future, I think it's going to happen. We might get some commentary on Tesla Semi entering production or increasing production rate or some sort of a production target for next year. I think that would be positive. I think people are really excited about the Tesla Semi. It's a great product that potential buyers have been waiting for since 2018. So
I wonder what the
So
capacity coming out of Nevada will be. Any guesses?
I think they had mentioned 50,000 per year, but that obviously requires 4680 production on site, and I don't think they've even started 4680 production there yet. So maybe we'll get some commentary on 4680 production at the Semi at Giga Nevada. Alexander?
yeah, so I've been saying that I think Tesla will guide for increased demand in Europe for Q4. Do you think that's possible?
Yeah, I mean, I think Europe, most countries in Europe have very good data in terms of auto sales, and we've seen Tesla sales rising in September year-over-year quite strongly. So maybe he'll say something about it. Maybe he'll mention Giga Berlin will produce the new vehicle. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, going to your point, I totally agree with you. I think there's going to be questions on 4680 capacity and where that's going to be because all of this is dependent upon that, right?
Yes, 4680 production is very important. Exactly. And in recent quarters, they've been giving COGS updates, like cost updates on 4680 production. So maybe we'll get an update on that. We reduced costs by this percent. And we crossed, we are now producing cells at lower cost than what we're sourcing, let's say on 2170s or other 4680 producers. So that would be very positive if Tesla can successfully vertically integrate into battery production. And by definition, let's define success as lower cost per kilowatt hour than what they're sourcing. I think that would be a very, very good milestone. Maybe they'll mention that. Okay. California, Nevada, Texas. I don't think this market share stuff matters too much, right now, especially in light of Optimus and FSD type of topics. I don't think this part matters too much. There's a lot of excess capacity across the world that's producing EVs and dumping EVs at price lower than cost. So with that kind of muddying the waters, I don't think market share data matters too much for long-term analysis.
Would you think increasing production capacity would matter?
For Tesla, I don't think so.
Yes. Okay.
I don't think so. Yeah, I think the market is very much focused on demand figures right now. Interest rates are extreme levels. They're not going to stay this high in the longer term. They're going to come down, but in the near term, they continue to be a challenge. Okay. Shanghai, I think they're going to mention mega pack factory in Shanghai. Maybe something around starting production. That would be very positive in the coming months. We talked about Giga Berlin. So we're going to read through this together. AI, software, hardware, obviously this is very important. I don't expect this line to surge just yet. I think FSD is still at a point where it is, I find it very useful. I think fans like it a lot. Early tech adopters find it useful, but it's not ready for prime time for the masses. When that happens, we'll see this line surge. But I would expect a kind of continuation like this, like a straight line. Existing capacity, future plant capacity, cumulative AI training capacity. Okay, we'll get an update on this hopefully. So that would have been here. So maybe we'll see this line. go up to more than 60,000. We'll see. H100 equivalents. Okay. We have about 10 minutes. Battery, powertrain, manufacturing, energy generation, storage. We already know the figure for Q3. Okay. Services another. Okay. I mean, we don't really expect much from services another. Legacy dealerships make billions of dollars from services. Some of the most valuable companies are dealership networks. But Tesla's goal isn't to make a ton of money on services. It's basically to tighten that feedback loop, work all the learnings into the design of the vehicles so they don't need service. Best service is no service.
If you missed the Tesla Live today, it was all about service for the first half of it. So I checked that out. It was very informative. And make sure you get your friends and family in Teslas to get that top to bottom experience of the greatest vehicle on the planet.
Hey,
Yeah, I
Tesla
learned more
Town.
about tires and parts on Teslas than I could have ever imagined in that first 30 minutes. It was great.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you very much,
And I
guys.
also realized that my Model 3 must be indestructible because I haven't had any problems with my car.
All right, great. All right, outlook. I don't think they're going to give a figure of deliveries estimate for 2025, but who knows? We'll see. We're probably going to get a repeat of this line. We're in between two major growth waves. Okay. Cash is sufficient. I don't expect any sort of buybacks anytime soon. We might get some comments around new vehicles. A lot of people are wondering about the $25,000, $30,000 new Tesla. So we might get some comments around that.
Elon will definitely get questions.
He just won't
Yeah.
answer them. He's going to defer all of that to prevent him from being Osborne.
That's right.
Yeah. Yeah.
I saw a note from Gene Muster that said, I think it was this line for the first line under the product section is that plans for new vehicles, including more affordable models, remaining on track for start of production in the first half of 2025. If that wording changes, then Muster believes if it's negative, then the stock will fall. If it's positive, then we're golden. But that one line seems to have a lot of weight for Gene.
I don't think. I mean, yeah, maybe for Gene, but for the markets, I don't think it matters that much. It's going to depend on what's going to be. Like, really, it depends on FSD performance development, Optimus performance. We can get daily fluctuations, but that's not the focus of Tesla Live or us in here anyway. And a $25,000 car is not going to be profitable for years until the FSD attach rates surge. So you might as well just focus on FSD attach rates. Tesla said in the Q2, this approach will result in achieving less cost reduction than previously expected, but enables us to prudently grow our vehicle volumes in a more capex efficient manner during uncertain times. This should help us fully utilize our current expected maximum capacity of close to 3 million vehicles, enabling more than 50% growth over 2023 production before investing in new manufacturing lines. Our purposeful robotaxi product will continue to pursue a revolutionary on-box manufacturing strategy. Okay. We have some photos and charts. We're going to skip these in the first round. These are just kind of cumulative numbers. And then we can dig into the financials a little bit more when we get to this page and when the Q3 numbers are announced. We'll look for changes on the balance sheet. We're not in a rush. I don't think anyone here is trying to trade the stock in after hours. So we're going to take our time. If you're looking for short-term tips or anything, this is not the space to be. Okay. Great. You guys ready? Any final comments? Oh, look at this nice picture. Any final comments? Hit that like button. Let's get to 100 likes before we get and share the link.
I hope that the questions are good. I think the investor questions are all going to be, things that they're just not going to be able to explain. But from the say, I hope they actually weed through those like we did and just pick the best ones and don't waste time repeating the ones that were misworded.
Mhm. And then we'll get to analyst questions too. I think we're gonna have. Let's count how many AI questions we get from the analysts. All right, stock is closed 2% down at $214 per share. It's actually
Anyone
pretty
buy?
good performance. Huh? Pretty good
Anyone buy today?
performance.
I did.
I did too.
Really?
Yay.
Okay.
I wait for Monday after the earnings.
Okay. Nasdaq is down 1.6%. S&P down 1%. Nvidia plunged 3%. Meta is down 3%. McDonald's down 5% today. All big tech companies are down. Utilities were up, so it looks like a risk-off kind of day, probably due to the rising U.S. Treasury yields. Mortgage applications plunged today, as we would have expected, due to the recent surge in mortgage rates. Existing home sales came in much lower than expected. Oil at 70. Markets closed. We are now waiting for the release.
Are we gonna play the live? Oh, the live streams later. My bad.
Are we going to play what?
The live stream later.
Yeah, the conference call. We're going to listen here, and then we'll be active in live chat with commentary during that time. I'm going to switch the live chat to subscribers only. So if you want to participate in live chat, you just have to subscribe to the channel, which is free to do. We have a new speaker. Who is that? Finflexi is here. Okay, great. We have 6 speakers now. Finflexi, welcome. We just went over the Q2 report, and next up, we're just waiting for Q3 numbers to drop. How you feeling?
Uh, Fine. I think the numbers will not be that great, to be honest.
Yeah, I think the margins will be down.
Yeah.
But I think the market expects this, and I think Q4 margins will be even lower. But the market expects that. So Tesla is ramping production of new vehicles like the Cybertruck, the $80,000 Cybertruck also needs some time to get to profitability. And the FSD take rates, I think, will rise materially throughout next year. But sometimes market look ahead, so maybe the stock will move higher based on those expectations.
Do you think they will talk about anything about like Cybertruck global release soon?
Well, didn't Elon mention that in a tweet that's going to be a global product or no, he said about semi. Yeah, I don't know.
Semi will be great in Europe. I think that will
Yeah.
hit really hard. Like I think both Scania and Volvo will have a really hard time competing with that truck.
Yeah.
We actually had a Cybertruck driving in Sweden this weekend. It was the Swiss Tesla club, I think.
Okay. Let me know in live chat if you see the report drop. Let me know if you live chat if you see the report drop. And let us know your expectations. What do you expect? What question would you ask Elon? Stock is moving. Somebody says stock is up 4%. Tesla stock is up 4%, so the number must have dropped. So we're going to switch to this tab and just refreshing and see when it comes on. Tesla stock is up 4% after hours right now. So to those of you who bought shares, congratulations. Looks like the numbers are maybe better than expected, but let's see what else the report says. We're going to read that here together, and now we're going to listen to the earnings call here as well. Tesla stock is up 4.5% now.
Tesla three-quarter gross
dropped.
margin,
It just dropped.
19.8%.
Wow.
Should I read it
You
out?
might want to refresh. It just dropped.
Yaman, should I read it out?
Yeah, that's okay, guys. We're not rushing here. Again, yeah, FinFlex, go ahead. Read the headline figures.
Tesla 3Q gross margin 19.8%, estimate 16.8%. Tesla 3Q adjusted EPS
Wow.
72 cents, estimated 60 cents. Tesla 3Q revenue 25.18 billion, estimate 25.43 billion.
What brought them up
Okay.
to 72
All
cents
right.
in EPS?
Now stop. Everybody stop talking. We're going to go through this report. You can see it on your screens now. Q3 2024. We're going to take our time, read through it. We don't really have people here trying to trade this stock short term, so let's
Should I
pull
read
our...
out the cash flow as well?
No, stop talking. Thank you. Profitability 2.7 billion, GAAP operating income in Q3, 2.2 GAAP net income in Q3, 2.5 billion non-GAAP net income in Q3. Operating cash flow 6.3 billion in Q3. Free cash flow of 2.7 billion in Q3. 2.9 billion increase in our cash investments in 33.6. There's a note. Includes cash. Okay. Operations increase AI training compute by 75% in Q3. Okay, this is what really matters for long-term investors. Tesla is investing heavily in AI training compute. Cybertruck became the third best-selling EV in Q3 in US behind, we already mentioned this in Tesla Live. Over 2 billion miles driven cumulatively on FSD. Great. That's a major milestone. Over 2 billion miles driven cumulatively on FSD supervised as of Q3 with more than 50% on V12. We delivered strong results in Q3 with growth in vehicle deliveries both sequentially and year on year, resulting in record third quarter volumes. We also recognize our second highest quarter regulatory credit revenues as other OEMs are still behind on meeting emission requirements. And this figure will probably continue to rise. It's hard cash for Tesla that finances future expansions, including AI infrastructure. Our COGS per vehicle came down to its lowest level ever at 35,000. This is very good. This is very good news. Our COGS per vehicle came down to its lowest level ever at $35,100. Footnote number 5, calculated by dividing cost of all the sales revenue by respective quarters, new deliveries, ex operating leases. Okay, great. In order to continue accelerate, this is probably why the stock is surging, by the way. Let's see again, up 7% now. All right, in order to continue accelerating the world's transition to sustainable energy, we need to make EVs affordable for everyone, including making total cost of ownership per mile competitive with all forms of transportation. Preparations remain underway for our offering of new vehicles, including more affordable models, which we will begin launching in the first half of 2025. So there you go, Uzi. Gene Monster note is still there. At our We Robot event on October 10, we detail our long-term goal of offering autonomous transport with a cost per mile below rideshare, personal car ownership, and even public transit. Okay. Energy business. So far, the only new information is this right there. Okay. The material new information is this line right here. COGS per vehicle came down to its lowest level ever at 35,100. So margins came in higher than expected. Energy business achieved another strong quarter with record gross margin. Okay, perfect. Additionally, Megafactory in Lathrop produced 200 megapacks in a week, and Powerwall deployments reached a record for the second quarter in a row as we continue to ramp up. So energy is doing well as well. Despite sustained macro headwinds and others pulling back on EV investments, we remain focused on expanding our vehicle energy product lineup, reducing costs, and making critical AI projects production capacity. We believe these efforts will allow us to capitalize. Okay. Energy revenue down as we would have expected. Other revenue up above 20 billion, up 2% year over year. Okay. Speakers, please be active in live chat. Make sure everything is people are getting their questions answered. Tesla stock is up 7% after hours still. Okay.
That's what I get too. I wait till Monday. Who told this guy to speak?
Okay. Energy generation and storage revenue up 52% year over year. Services up 29%. Gross margin up very substantially from 18 to 19.8. So this is second quarter in a row. Gross margin, GAAP gross margin is up. This obviously includes ZEV credit sales. Operating expenses down very materially. So this is interesting. 2.28 billion. So we're seeing the full impact of the layoff earlier in Q1. And I guess there's no, we'll see in detail income statement in a second, but restructuring charges also obviously one time in Q2. But this is very good. So this is the Elon effect right here, Elon efficiency. Okay. 6% year over year, which is amazing. Okay. Income from operations, 2.7 billion. Great. Operating margin, 10.8. I mean, look at this increase. 4.5% jump in operating margin quarter over quarter. I see 70% gross margin X regulated credits, EV1 says in live chat. Perfect. 30% energy gross margin, EV1 says in live chat. Great. Awesome. Let's continue. GAAP net income up 17%. Let's see. Capital expenditures, a huge jump in CapEx. Interesting. $3.5 billion of CapEx. Can you guys see it on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. They did not single out AI CapEx, did they? This time? Did I miss it? Anyone? But despite that, free cash flow is a very strong 2.7 billion, and cash equivalents increase. So despite the jump in capital expenditures, we see a very strong bottom line and free cash flow and cash balance. Great. Growth in vehicle deliveries. Growth in, okay, we need that. We need that. Higher FSD revenue recognition. Okay, that's interesting to note. Higher FSD revenue recognition year over year for releases related to Cybertruck and certain features as actually Smart Summon. So this also increases margins, gross margin, operating margin on the GAAP front. Okay.
So
And non-GAAP as well.
the Cybertruck has a positive gross margin now.
Okay. We highlighted it as a potential. So we'll get down to that. Higher regulatory credit revenue. Okay, we need that. Reduce sexy vehicle average selling price, as we discussed before in the pregame, due to mixed price attractive financing options. Okay. And that's going to be the case in Q4 as well. This might be a one-time thing though. So let's see if they have any comments around FSD subscription take rates or anything. Profitability. Our operating income increased year over year to 2.7 billion in Q3, resulting in 10.8% operating margin. Year over year operating income was primarily impacted by following lower cost per vehicle. Very good news. Probably the best news so far that we've seen in this deck, including lower raw material costs, freight and duties, and other one-time charges. Okay, great. Growth in energy storage and services. Okay. Higher FSD revenue recognition. Okay. Growth in vehicle deliveries. Higher rig. Okay. Decrease operating expense due to including cost structure efforts. Okay, nothing unexpected there. Great. Operational summary. We need these numbers already. Good record Q3 deliveries. Really good. 6% higher year over year. This is back to growth mode. Q4 is going to be even more stellar with these incredible incentives. I mean, Tesla has left no reason to not to buy a Tesla at this point. 19 days of supply. This is the best in industry, better than Toyota. Tesla has the best days of supply inventory management across the industry, across the world. 19 days. The industry standard normal is 60, but these days it's that their industry is actually running higher than normal at 70, 80, 90. Some brands have years worth of supply, and Tesla has less than 1 month. Okay, thank you, Hustletown. Okay, Tesla locations 1,300, mobile service fleet 1,900, up 5%. Tesla locations up 16%. Okay. Superchargers up 20%, 22% year over year. You can see the quarter-over-quarter increase, supercharger connectors and stations, despite the fact that Elon laid off almost all of the team. Production and delivery volumes both returned to year-over-year growth in Q3. We also produced our 7th millionth vehicle in October 22nd. Great. So that was yesterday. Wow. We continue to add our vehicle lineup by expanding the options for new vehicle trims and paint for Model 3 and Y. Okay. EV1 also points out that 9% services margin. That's also very good. $250 million gross profit, probably record for both. Yes. Okay, good. Let's continue. US, California, Nevada, and Texas refresh Model 3 ramp continues successfully in Q3 with higher total production and lower cost of goods sold quarter over quarter. Good, as we would have expected. Cybertruck production increased sequentially and achieved a positive gross margin. Okay, very good. But keep in mind, though, that this is before the 80,000. So Q3 is all $100,000 plus Cybertrucks delivered. So maybe we'll get a comment from Elon about Q4 expectations. Okay, so Cybertruck has already achieved a much, much better milestone than R1T or F-150 Lightning in the first few quarters of production. So that's
Or
the Tesla
any other
difference.
Tesla vehicle ever unveiled. It always took longer than this. This is crazy.
That's incorrect. JC, I'm going to move you down. Hang out in live chat. Thank you. Shanghai. The Shanghai factory recently achieved 2 notable milestones, producing its 3 millionth vehicle in October and exporting its 1 millionth vehicle in September. Cost of goods sold per vehicle at Shanghai factory improved sequentially to its lowest level ever. Okay. Berlin. Cost of goods sold per vehicle improved sequentially at Giga Berlin, as a Q3 Model Y is the most sold vehicle of any type in 2024 in Sweden, Netherlands, Denmark, Switzerland. And there you go, Alexander, Sweden. And was the
Yay.
best-selling vehicle in Europe in the month of September. Great. That's amazing. Best-selling vehicle in Europe in the month of September. That's despite the fact that Europeans regulators are neutering autopilot and not allowing FSD. Additionally, in Q3, Model Y became the best-selling EV new vehicle sales of all time in Norway, which now has over 60,000 units on the road. Okay. Let's look at this. Anyone notice any changes here? I don't see anything. Same as before, I think. Anyone live chat? Chris says, can you compare vehicle capacity charge versus last quarters? I think it's about the same.
There's no change.
Yeah, Finflexi confirms no change. Market share of Tesla vehicles by region. Okay. Uptick in China, good. Europe about stable. US about stable. Okay. AI. Here we go. In Q3, we released 12.5 series of FSD supervised with improved safety and comfort thanks to increased data and training compute, a 5x increase in parameter count, and other architectural choices that we plan to continue scaling in Q4. We released Actually Smart Summon, which enables your vehicle to autonomously drive to your parking lot. FSD supervised Cybertruck, including end-to-end neural nets for highway driving for the first time. We deployed and are training ahead of schedule. Okay, very good. We deployed and are training ahead of schedule on 29,000 H100 cluster at Gigafactory, Texas. where we expect to have 50,000 H100 capacity by the end of October. And just like we said in the pre-game, this part right here, we said we should see that, and there it is, about 60,000. And I think this was actually slightly lower around here in the Q2 graph. So very positive. So that goes to the deployed and training ahead of schedule part. And this is exactly as we discussed as well earlier in this live stream, where we were reviewing Q2 results. It's a straight line. So everything here is as expected, except this part. This line's a little high. Our summer release included YouTube and Amazon Music as native apps. Parents can now enable parental controls via PIN to apply maximum speed limit, reduce acceleration to chill, force enable safety settings, and enable curfew notifications. Other new features include hands-free front. It probably helps that Elon has so many kids on these for parents. Other new features include hands-free front, revamped climate controls for Model 3 and Model Y, weather forecast, air quality, improvements in in-vehicle navigation. Very good. None of these replicable by legacy automakers. Now look at this future plant capacity right here. So they said we expect to have 50,000 H1 capacity by the end of October at Giga Texas. So that gets us here. And then after that, we'll flat. Okay. We'll probably get a lot more in 2025. All right. Battery powertrain and manufacturing. In October, we unveiled our Cybertruck woven vehicles, both designed from the ground up for autonomy, without a steering wheel or pedals. Cybertruck will be built on our next-gen platform, which includes a new powertrain with an estimated 5.5 miles per kWh. They're going to do more. Okay. This will be our most efficient powertrain yet. In Q3, we produced our 100 millimeter. Okay. Continue to progress our dry cathode manufacturing lines. Okay. Okay, so it's still work in progress there. Let's look at the Tesla stock, up 7.6% after hours. All right. Let's see. Energy
Yeah, my
and
mindset
store.
on the stock was I was going to buy going in, and if it went down, I was
Okay,
going to buy
hold on.
more. Go for it.
Thank you. We're still continuing. Our energy services and other businesses are becoming increasingly profitable parts of Tesla as energy storage products continue to ramp and our vehicle fleet continues to grow. We're expecting continued profit growth from these businesses over time. Okay. Energy services, other gross profit. Okay. Gen and storage achieved a record gross margin of 30.5% in Q3. Energy business achieved a record gross margin, a sequential increase. That's amazing, 6%, despite lower megapack volumes. We should get a question on this. This is very high. Powerwall achieved a record deployments in Q3 for the second quarter in a row. Ramp of Powerwall 3 and Lathrop Megafactory continues successfully, with Lathrop demonstrating 200 megawatt production, 40 gigawatt annual run rate in a single week. Okay, so on a burst rate basis, Lathrop reached capacity 40 gigawatt hours. It's going to take a couple more quarters to get down a sustained and fine-tuned. So that's a significant. So this is also part of the reason why the stock is up, obviously. It's a very, very huge improvement in gross margin for energy and production ramp. As of Q3, over 100,000 Powerwalls were enrolled in virtual power plant programs, delivering additional financial value to owners while providing much needed support to the grid during periods of stress. Shanghai Megafactory remains on track, beginning shipments and megapacks in Q1 2025, which is what we expected in the pregame. Okay, great. Service and other business achieved a record gross profit margin. So margins across the board are really, really good, better than expected on automotive, energy, and services. Service center margin improvement, higher gross profit generation from parts sales and merchandise. Supercharging network continue to expand. Great. Sequential growth in gross profit was driven mostly by higher gross profit generation from supercharging, service center margin improvement. Okay. Supercharging adding to profits. Interesting. Outlook. Our company is currently between two. There we go. There's a line. We believe the next one will be initiated by advanced autonomy, introduction of new products, including those built on our next-gen vehicle platform. Despite ongoing macro conditions, we expect to achieve slight growth. Okay, that's exactly what we'd have expected in vehicle deliveries in 2024. Energy storage deployments are expected more than double year over year in 2024, 100% growth. Okay. Cash, same. Profit, same. Product. Plans for new vehicles, including more affordable models, remain on track for start of production in the first half. Okay, there you go, Uzi, your Gene Master comment. These vehicles will utilize aspects of next-gen platforms as well as aspects of our current platforms and will be able to be produced on the same manufacturing lines as our current vehicle lineup. This approach, this is the same as before. Okay, nothing different here. Moving on. Okay. Estimated life cycle. Okay, good. Okay, robotaxi. Interesting. We saw this picture before. We saw these pictures before. Wireless charging. We talked about that. Dancing. We know all that. 7 million. Powerwall 3 available now. Semi-factory. Construction continues to progress. Okay. Nothing new here. Free cash flow at a healthy level. Continue at a healthy level. Adjusted EBITDA, a step up from last quarter. Pretty stable around here. This obviously excludes, adjusted EBITDA excludes any sort of AI capex or any capex really. So, okay. Vehicle deliveries guided for positive growth still in 2024. No 2025 guidance. Okay. Financial statements. Okay, let's dig into this. Any comments so far? Anybody? Any speakers?
Stock is up 10% now.
Say again, Flexity?
The stock is up 10% now.
Okay. Stock is up 10%. Anything on what we've read so far?
Can we finish it all and then a comment, maybe?
No, it's okay. I mean, the rest of it is kind of just financials we're going to dig into. Anything you want to highlight so far, Alexander?
No, like the margins is like much higher operating margin than I thought. I was like, we'd be lucky if we get like 7%. So that's really great.
Okay. Uzi?
Yeah, the margins is wild. I mean, Cybertruck too. I guess the macro conditions aren't great, but if you can produce, as the best manufacturing company and reduce your COGS, then you're helping yourself out. The other
Good.
part, go for it.
Hustle Town?
The big bear arguments, remember when Gordon Johnson was on, it was about how we were cutting the margins due to all these incentives. That's obviously not the case. So I can't wait to hear these bear arguments after they see these margin numbers.
Okay. Stock up 10% to 234. The last time the stock was at 234 was before or right around October 10, so the 10/10 event. Okay, so the stock is still not above before 10/10 levels. All right, now let's dig into financials. If you're
One more
liking,
thing.
yeah.
One more thing that they said was that since they want to grow year-on-year volumes, that would mean that they expect Q4 to deliver more than 515,000 vehicles.
Yeah, Q4 is going to be stunning in terms of deliveries. I mean, it's a really excellent quarter. Tesla is being very aggressive with APR offers, 0% APR, and the new inventory discounts, and we can see why. They've lowered their COGS per unit to record low, 35,100. One of the key material points of this report so far. Very good. And obviously, Cybertruck has achieved positive gross margin. Energy has achieved record margins, and services also achieved record margins. So Tesla is going to be aggressive with pricing in line with its mission. Okay, let's dig into financials. Automotive sales Q3 a little higher. Red credits 739. That's actually lower than last quarter's. Okay, but it's second quarter in a row at a very high level, and I actually expect this to continue higher in future years. Okay, because many companies like Stellantis and many companies they're way behind their EV sales. It's not going to get any better. Tesla's being very aggressive with pricing because Tesla is able to lower costs. So that's going to force legacy automakers to buy ZEV credits from Tesla. Automotive leasing, okay, skip that part, very immaterial part of Tesla's business. Generation and storage, okay. Lower revenue, but margins are higher. Okay. Let's continue.
I also
So
wanted
there
to
was a
Muster just bought stock 10 minutes ago, announced it on X.
no one cares. No one cares about your short-term stock options or nothing.
All right.
Okay. R&D 1.0 billion, down slightly from 1.04, down slightly from 1.07. SG&A 1.19, down substantially from 1.28, and still a bit of a lingering restructuring charge, but we're not going to see any more of that in Q4. Okay, good. Interest income higher. That's due to the higher cash balance and still high interest rates. That's all very good. Other expense negative 270. Okay. So nothing unusual here. Obviously, we're seeing Tesla keep an extreme, especially on SG&A, as you can see, extreme tight control. I mean, look at that; it's lowest in several quarters. I don't know the last time it was below 1.2 billion. So this is the Elon, efficiency effect right here. Very good. Diluted 62 cents. Diluted share count 3.5, so slightly higher and similar on non-diluted basic, non-diluted level. Okay, very good. I mean, you can see not much of an increase in recent quarters in the share count. This is the diluted one is going to fluctuate with the stock price a little bit. So, but even that is still stable in the last 5 quarters. Good. Let's look at balance sheet. Jump in cash, lower AR, so collections have improved. Very good despite the record deliveries in Q3. So AR balance is lower, meaning collections have improved. Inventory, despite the big decrease in Q2, still a little bit of bounce, but still very good level. So AR days, account receivable days outstanding, and inventory turn remains solid for Tesla. Let's look at AP while at it. Increase in AP. Okay, so this explains a bit of the free cash flow improvement. There's a $1 billion increase in accounts payable. Sorry, that's accounts liable. Accounts payable have increased 1.6 billion. So yeah, this definitely explains some of the free cash flow improvement here, combined with the AR. So when we go to cash flow statement, we're going to see a big increase in operating, in the working capital section of the operating cash flow. Deferred revenue stable. They didn't specify the FST revenue recognition either. So far, I haven't seen that. Maybe the CFO will comment on that with a specific figure. We'll see. I mean, look at this increase in current liabilities. Yeah. Okay. $3 billion increase coming from accrued liabilities, accounts payable. Okay. Days payable outstanding has increased to 63 from 60, but still lower than 75 in the previous quarter. Yes, it's still very low levels. Okay. Day sales outstanding, that's the AR improvement to 13. Very good. So Tesla's balance sheet remains very clean. The asset turnover is very good, well managed, strong cash balance. There's a bit of a decrease in DTA. Okay. That's okay. No change in goodwill. Digital assets, no, nothing special there. These are the leases. Okay. Nothing too surprising here. Continued operational excellence by the company. $800 million increase in other long-term liabilities. Noted. Look into the 10Q on that. Okay. Okay, good. Just a slight increase in days payable outstanding. Outside of that, nothing too surprising here. Strong net income. Okay. Nothing too surprising. Changes in operating assets and liabilities. You can see, as I mentioned earlier, $1.6 billion increase there. That explains part of the operating cash flow and free cash flow improvement. Huge jump in capex. I would love to understand what this is about. Where is this coming from? Because they didn't specify AI capital increase here.
Could it be like production equipment for something?
It could be. Maybe I don't know.
Yeah,
What do you
if
think? Do you
because
think it's 4680?
I don't know. Like it's some production
I'm
equipment because
guessing.
they're gonna scale several
Yeah, I'm
products, right?
guessing. I'm guessing it has more to do with Cortex, as Chris mentions. No clue says semi-factory build. Yeah, maybe that's part of it. I'm guessing Cortex is part of it, but they didn't specify AI capex this time, so that's a little surprising. But maybe we'll get more color on that on the call. I'm sure we will. I mean, this is record capital expenditure spend, so I'm sure they'll dig into that a little bit more on the call. Man, it's amazing. It's amazing. How fast this company is investing is really incredible. Okay,
So
Go.
what may okay, we can finish.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you what surprised you most, but we can take that after we finished.
So, I think energy margins are very strong. That's a very, very positive news. Energy margins are very strong. Services I mean, the margin story is better than expected. Automotive margins, energy margins, services margins, COGS per unit being record low is very positive for the stock. So Tesla is in a position to spend $3.5 billion of capex, where every other automaker is cutting back on investments. They're canceling programs, canceling battery factories, canceling EV programs, and they have no AI investment whatsoever. And Tesla has positioned well to continue this investment in AI. Good. Listen, this is a company we talk daily for hours on end. We're not going to be shocked about anything, But the margin story is better than expected. Okay, good. This is just turnover of treasuries. Nothing too surprising there. Nothing too surprising here. Adjusted EBITDA margin non-GAAP, 18.5%. yeah, this is why the stock is up quite a bit. This obviously incorporates all automotive margins, energy margins, services margins right here, 18.5%, and excludes capex as well. So this is the cleanest you're going to see it, 18.5%. Very good. I wonder if they're going to say anything about Q4 margin guidance. Let me know in live chat what has surprised you the most. Why do you think this stock is up 8-9% right now? And do you expect the stock to continue to move? Wes in Wallen says in live chat, lithium refining equipment. I don't know. We'll see. They're gonna dig into it on the call. Okay. Let's continue. Reconciliation of GAAP non-GAAP, adjusted EBITDA on this is a 4.665. There's 5.4 in Q4 2022. I think that's the high watermark. Yeah. Healthy business. Okay. AI investment continues, financed by the healthy automotive energy business. Energy business continues to grow. Record margins, surprisingly high energy margins, and AI investments will continue to grow. Tesla is in position to lead and really be the only automaker that can do this. That's the takeaway from these financials. Free cash flow TTM, trailing 12 month, $3.6 billion. Good. It was higher, obviously, during the time when our prices were much higher, given due to the shortage across the industry during COVID times, but bounced back from last quarter in the recent quarters. So this is a good bounce. Healthy business. Okay. All right. When is the call? Steve says, Omar tweeted 515,000 deliveries guide for Q4. Is that in the report? It's not in the report, but as FinFlex mentioned earlier, if you kind of extrapolate from what they said about annual, they expected a slight annual growth, and Q4 is the only one left. That's how you get to 515,000 for Q4. Auto GM X rec credit 17 versus 14, 15 expected. If so, why lower COGS, FSD recognition? Lower COGS. There's some FSD recognition, but we don't know the amount. They didn't say the amount of it. And lower COGS obviously will continue to the future. I mean, especially Cybertruck COGS will continue to lower so as that production ramps. I think the stock price move is more about energy margins rather than automotive margins.
Really? Wasn't that expected?
Not 30%, no. 30% energy margin wasn't expected. I mean, if you remember Zach's comments that they target 25%. By the way, energy margin includes generation and everything too, right? So Megapack is a highly profitable product, as we discussed many times. Let me see if I can go to pull up the Q3 financials upcoming at, we still have half hour to go, 45 minutes to go. Okay. Any other takeaways? Any other questions, specific questions from the... Yeah, just for fun, and very strong auto GM despite all the discounting. I think it's strong, but again, we don't know what percent of it is due to FSD revenue recognition versus the $35,000. And Q4 for auto margins is going to be flat at best. I mean, it is 0% APRs combined with up to 4,000 discounts continue. energy is picking up the slack here, I think, allowing AI investments to continue at a high rate. It's very positive for long-term investors. Is this the biggest capex ever? I believe that it is. Unless Finflex it is it. Can you confirm?
Can you say it again? I didn't hear it.
Is the capex figure, capital expenditures figure for Q3 the biggest ever? I believe that it is.
I'll have to check, but it beat the estimates by 600 million or something.
Okay. Is FSD revenue from CT going to be a one-time, assuming this is from turning it? Yeah, people are way too focused on deferred revenue recognition on FSD. If you kind of put it in perspective, deferred revenue recognition in any given quarter is going to be a few $100 million. But they just said they produced 7 millionth vehicle. So 7 million vehicles. We only have a few 100,000 people who purchased FSD. So you're looking at 6 million people, 6 million Tesla owners, not to even mention the future owners. 6 million times, I think the current price is about $7,000-8,000. You're looking at tens of billions of dollars that is not in deferred revenue, that is not in income statement or the balance sheet. It's still kind of hanging out there. What that depends on is the FSD take rate. FSD take rate, attach rate, is orders of magnitude more important, like 2 orders of magnitude, more important than the deferred revenue that people love to focus on. Okay. So any commentary on FSD take rate is important in Tesla daily spaces, Tesla Live daily spaces. We try to get a really good understanding of where FSD development stands for that reason. I think we learned today that projecting gross margin is a waste of time, way too many moving parts, inputs, etc. Yeah, I mean, and we don't do that in Tesla Live. We don't focus on quarterly margin predictions. But it's important to note that the COGS per vehicle is the lowest record ever. Efficiency, efficiency, efficiency. I agree.
Do you think that is because batteries is so cheap now?
Yeah, I mean, as you can see, they also said that too. Raw material costs and lithium prices have declined quite a bit. Nickel prices are low, cobalt prices are low. So it's primarily driven by nickel and lithium prices. Yeah.
Yeah, no one else is buying the batteries. So
Yeah, exactly.
It's a good position for Tesla.
Exactly right.
It's like they are like subsidizing Teslas by not building EVs.
Sure. All right. Let's see other comments. How did they recognize the 0% financing is a one-time charge? Yeah, my understanding is that Tesla basically buys down, just like you would when you buy a house. There's a market mortgage rate, but you can buy points to lower your mortgage rate. So I think that's what Tesla does too. They pay a one-time payment per vehicle for a qualified buyer to offer 0% finance or 1.99%, 2.99%. So that's going to amount to a few $1,000s per vehicle. And yeah. Okay. I suspect they lowered the ASP for that, is my guess. That would make most sense. Because I mean, if that was in COGS or like that, you wouldn't have the record COGS. And so I'm guessing that Tesla lowers ASP. I mean, it's kind of just like offering a discount for the new inventory. So it makes sense to recognize as a contra revenue account. $8.5 billion year-to-date capex. Elon points out. Yep. I mean, this used to be full year. Yeah, I mean capex is running high for sure, and that's because of the AI investments.
Yeah, it's really expensive. I was actually looking at inference compute for a project, and I realized like, damn, that's gonna be really expensive, and pushing like so many H100, H200 units. Like, yeah, it's crazy. You really need to push some cash.
Yeah, I mean I think that Tesla will have to spend tens of billions of dollars on training compute in the coming years to get FSD to robotaxi level and Optimus. You know, yeah, they're going to spend tens of billions of dollars. So right now they're going about $1 billion a quarter, maybe slightly higher actually in Q3. But maybe we'll get a comment on that in the earnings call. $33.6 billion cash getting bigger than just survive recession. Yeah, I mean, but like I said, they're gonna have to spend tens of billions of dollars in AI capex. So let's say to run the operations, they probably need about 10 billion and a minimum. So minimum cash needed is about 10 billion. Let's say survive the recession is another 10 billion on top of that. And then this extra third 10 billion is probably just luxury and maybe, Elon being extra careful about a downturn.
I don't know how you ask about the We Robot event with this kind of report. They're going to be too busy.
So Chris says $35,000 COGS is incredible if it's across all of the vehicles. It probably is, but it's not that incredible because Cybertruck, obviously COGS is high, but it's still, especially in Q3, it's very few vehicles. I think it's about 10,000 or 13,000 or something delivered. And compared to 460 something thousand, it's only a couple percent is Cybertruck. So there's not much of a weight for Cybertruck COGS here, and every other vehicle is optimal production. And Tesla just went through rounds of layoffs, and we had the raw material declines as well. So Tesla's doing what it does, continuous improvement. Any questions, comments, please drop it in live chat. We're going to listen to the earnings call together in about half hour. Any factory continuing construction. You can see here it's not close to being completed. It's going to take a few more quarters here.
I'm so hyped for that. I'm really hyped at the semi.
Yeah. A good milestone, 7 million vehicles produced globally. Great. I'm going to leave this on the board while you guys we continue to talk a little bit. Removes need for a human. Any other questions, comments? Leave it on the live chat. Thanks for doing this, Helen. You're welcome. We actually got a super chat just earlier. Let me say thank you. Jeffrey Jones, $5 super chat. Just a gentle ask for folks to please go to the Valiant stream and share a thumbs up. Like the stream. Thank you, Jeffrey. In appreciation. Thank you very much. And Chris G, $20 super sticker. Thank you very much. And Real Zertek, member for 2 months. Free milestone member chat. That's cool. I didn't realize that was a thing. All right. I have the live stream ready to go when they start in 36 minutes. I thought it was at 5 o'clock. Did they push it back in a half hour? I mean, who needs this much time to review the results?
No, it's always been this time, I think.
I want to do a test drive of a Tesla after this, but I'm not gonna have time to do that.
They like to ruin my sleep.
Say it again. What happened to your
They
sound
like to
quality?
ru-
Your sound quality deteriorated again. There was a couple of days it was like really good. What happened? Did you go back to AirPods or something?
Sad. What do you think about my quality?
Your quality is excellent. What time is it over there? 1 a.m.
No, it's almost 11 o'clock p.m. I'm gonna go soon because I have an event tomorrow I must attend to, so I can't be
Okay.
tired.
Okay, that's cool. I mean, rest of the thing, we're just gonna watch the earnings call together, and then in live chat we can make some comments as we get some more information. I'm really just looking for any color on this capital expenditure jump. Accounts days payable seems pretty stable, solid. Inventories are solid. Maybe a specific figure on FST, deferred revenue recognition, would be helpful, but I don't think they're gonna release that. Commentary around FST take rates, that would be good. And then maybe, I mean, Megapack margins obviously impacted a lot by raw material prices. So yeah, I guess it's not that surprising that Megapack margins are very high, as automotive margins have also improved. So there's a bit of a correlation between the two there due to raw materials being pretty much the same.
You know, I've actually been seeing a lot of like trucks with Teslas on it now early in the quarter for some reason. I've never seen that before. I think this quarter is going to be upcoming quarter is going to be really super for at least Scandinavia.
Good.
Way better than Q3.
Yeah, Q4 is going to be excellent for Tesla across the world. These prices are just unbelievable. I mean, why would you buy anything else? Okay, let's take a half-hour break. I'm going to mute myself. Speakers are welcome to chat among themselves. Uzi, JC, I brought you guys back up. I just can't really take interruptions during that reading side, but first time. So
No worries, bud. No worries. Hey, the stock went up 10% after you kicked me off. Just keep kicking me, bud.
okay,
I didn't even
All
think
right.
you kicked me, but all right.
Yeah, now you know. Okay, half-hour break, and then we'll be back with the earnings call. Okay, you guys are welcome to just. I'm going to mute myself. I got to do a couple of things in the meantime, and then, but you're welcome to just chat among each other. Oh, True to a T just dropped $10 super chat. Thank you very much, True to a T, who's also a member. Great supporter of the space. Okay.
Uzi, we are winners.
I was betting the farm, but I was just gonna buy more anyways, even if it went down to 100, one like 90 or whatever. So I'm quite happy. The sentiment was miserable. Usually it's like a holiday, a lot more fanfare. So that was like a weird signal. The expectations were so low. The stock dropped going into earnings. Usually when they price in a good earnings, it's inductive, but the majority of the time it's a sell-off on earnings from what I've felt.
Yeah, last couple of years has been like that. But I mean, I kind of wish they had like earnings on like a Friday, because I want the numbers to cook over the weekend. It's usually good.
I see Kuno Mel said, guys, you can now talk about your call options. I'm a long-term investor, all right? So I'm not buying calls, but maybe I should, because that would have hit. But anyone else buy options on here or no?
Nope.
I tend to buy long call. I got a call that expires December 2025. So I tend to drop 3, 4 grand on call options way out into the future. So I was kind of hoping that we'd get back into the 100s, but yeah, I still got. I wanted to go higher, obviously.
So Hasatan,
I
you are
usually
driving.
buy.
Hasatan, you're usually you're driving on FSD, right?
Oh yeah, we got 12.5.4.1 on the Model X. What is that? The AI4.
Okay. What in your opinion, what is the subscription worth per month now?
Um, if I were Tesla, obviously more miles equals the faster this thing gets done, and the more people that get addicted to it. Like my wife, she doesn't like using it. I wouldn't say she doesn't like using it. She just likes driving because it's so fun to drive. But now she comes on, she's like, I used FSD today. I used FSD today. Those phrases are starting to come up. And I think more people that have that, I think somebody mentioned in the space that they should have like a free drive every week. I'm addicted. I can't get in the car without using it. So to me, it's invaluable. But I think they could easily charge $200-300 a month for it. But until it gets to feature complete, yeah, let's drop that thing down to $20-25. Why not?
Make people hooked and then just increase the price.
That's what Netflix does. I remember when Netflix subscriptions were $4.99. What are they now?
$4.99?
Yeah, I'm kind of old, so I remember I used to work at Blockbuster, so I remember these Netflix DVD subscriptions. Right, you get them in the mail. It'd be like $4.99, and now they're. I think I just paid $20 for my Netflix subscription.
Oh, okay, yeah, now I understand. I just saw 4.99 and I was like, what? $500? Are you crazy?
No, I stopped watching TV at that point.
So Finflexity, are you driving a Tesla?
We don't have Teslas in India yet.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah,
Seriously, that's bad. Can't you even import?
we also don't have any charging infrastructure. So basically, I would be, I'll have to drive it basically around my home.
Yeah, okay.
All
Yeah,
right,
that's
I'm
bad.
back. Thank you very much, guys, for keeping it going. I really love the community that Tesla Live is building with speakers and listeners and viewers that we can just talk about anything, even in this half hour. Thanks, Alexander, Uzi, Team Flexity, Hustle Town. I enjoyed listening to all that. So I was thinking about this FST revenue recognition comments. And do you guys want to take a shot at how much do you think Tesla recognized on FST revenue in Q3? Because they didn't announce it. Anybody?
Say that again.
FST revenue recognition in Q3. How much do you think that helped the margins?
That is only when they like sell a full FSD on the car immediately, right?
Well, they recognize FST revenue subscription right away, and the deferred revenue is just for purchases. And I think without the actual smart summon, so it really depends on what features have been released in what geographies and what the take rates are. So it's a really hairy kind of calculation. But one thing we do know, so I'll post this graph by Troy on your screens. So check this graph out. Okay. So you can see here, Troy is showing from Q2 to Q3, 14.6% to 17.1% improvement. Automotive gross margin excluding regulatory credit sales. Okay. So this is excluding regulated credit sales, automotive gross margin. So non-GAAP. So this is seen as like the end-all be-all automotive profitability. Like the key metric for automotive profitability is this right here. So he's graphed it out. And you can see a 2.5% increase quarter-over-quarter. But some of this is due to FST revenue recognition. Okay. Man, look at this EV1. Tesla share jumped 10% profit beat as company benefits and amount to it. This is just ridiculous. This is why you should like and share Tesla Live. This is the most ridiculous headline by CNBC. Like and share, invite your friends and families to Tesla Live so you can get the better information. This is just nonsense. Actually, hold on. Is this real? Steve says, is this real? Or are you just guessing?
I sure hope that's not real. I sure hope
Yeah.
it's not.
Okay, good. But honestly, the real headline is going to be that different from that. Dallas is on board. But so we're talking about the automotive gross margin here, okay? 2.5% improvement. What percent of this do you guys think was due to the COGS improvement? Record low COGS per vehicle of 35,100 versus FSD revenue recognition, which is more of a one-time kind of thing at this point. What do you guys think?
I don't think that many people would like buy FSD, to be honest. It's only in the US as well. And obviously you don't buy it outside Europe if you're not stupid like me.
Steve says, "Oh my God, it's real." The top line on the site. That's crazy. Wow. Yeah, even one says it's real. That's wild. That is a real headline. Look at this thing. That's crazy. That's wild. So nothing about energy margins, nothing about automotive gross margin improvement, but and regulated sale, the credit sales actually went down from quarter-over-quarter. That's so crazy. Anyway, this metric, let's focus on that instead of noise. This metric actually excludes regulated credit sales. So this improvement right here at the end that you guys see, Q2 to Q3, is due in part to COGS improvement despite lower ASPs and FST revenue. Okay, and the improvement in Cybertruck margins profitability, but I think that's a minor part. So Cybertruck went from not having FSD at all in Q2 to having FSD, including having FSD in Q3. So I think that's a major part of this. So let's say significant part of it, not major, but significant part of it. So they delivered about 13,000 Cybertrucks, if I remember correctly, and they were charging us 7,000. You're looking at $100 million right there, right? $100 million on.
Didn't you get it for free on the Cybertruck? I thought I heard that in the space. I thought
Say it
Omar
again?
said that the FSD was free on Cybertruck.
It's not free. They have $7,000 allocated to it. Okay, so I think it's at least $100 million FSD revenue recognition, and then the rest of the fleet got actually smart summon. So whatever Tesla management allocated to the value of actually smart summon, that's probably going to be another significant chunk, and we're looking at about 500,000 people there. So a few 100,000 people there. So this might be, I would say majority due to FSC revenue recognition. So that's an interesting observation. Okay. Is there anyone on the speaker board or live chat who disagrees with what I just said? Okay, I think a very significant part of this quarter-over-quarter improvement in margin is due to FST revenue recognition.
Can we confirm that they recognize that FSD and it wasn't
Yeah.
considered a free portion of
See,
the foundation?
This is what happens when you don't attend at the beginning. Here, I'll show you here.
Sorry, I have to be a dad as well.
Well, priorities. Higher FSD revenue recognition year over year for releases related to Cybertruck and certain features such as actual smart summon. Okay, so this is not up for a question, guys. Come on. I want speakers to be able to know this. This is more accounting stuff, I understand, but still, we already discussed this in spaces. So Cybertruck, yeah, I am ruthless. I'm not ruthless enough, clearly. So Cybertruck, as we discussed in daily spaces, when you reserved it, okay, you could have selected, like back in 2019, 2020, 2021, etc. When you reserved it, you could have selected a option that said FSD for $7,000, and a lot of people selected that to lock in the FSD price at the time. FSD, because not allowed to hold babies during normal space hours, exactly. At the time, a lot of people bought, like, reserve Cybertruck to lock in the FSD price of 7,000 because the price was increasing from 3,000 to 5,000 to 6 to 7 to 10 to 12 to 15, etc. And so $7,000 in that sale price, even though all Foundation series Cybertrucks came with FSD on, $7,000, the Tesla finance team had to reserve that as deferred revenue. Okay. So part of that is released now into the income statement, from the balance sheet to the income statement. And so I'm guessing that's about $100 million. But more importantly, really, the actually smart summon. So what do you guys think is the value of actually smart summon in the US? Even if you assign $1,000 to $2,000, let's say 1,000, hundreds of thousands of people, like that could be a couple $100 million of FSC revenue recognized here. So what do you guys think?
I think you're right. I'd love to just get some color on it from the team just to see what that figure is. Because I don't think we'll ever really know what they assign that for, because I don't think it'll have its own separate block ever.
Yeah. Doge, aka Sterling Tucker said, I want to say I disagree just to say it, but I completely agree. Okay. I mean, they literally said higher FSC revenue recognition year over year for releases related to Cybertruck and certain features such as actual smart summon. And that's pure margin. Okay. So I'm going to characterize this as a couple $100 million coming from FST revenue. So that could be anywhere between 200 to 300 million. I mean, it could technically be higher, but we just don't know what they assign to actually smart summon. Also, what matters is what the FSD rollout was on September 30th. So not today, but these income statements are as of September 30th. And I think 12 point, as about Teza mentioned in today's space. Let me see my notes here. 80% of the fleet in US and Canada got 12.5.4.1, including actual smartphone and no steering wheel nag. As of today, though. So, yeah. I'm going to estimate about $100 million due to the FSD released to Cybertruck in Q3, and some portion above that due to actual summon. And it says certain features, so there's multiple features above actual smart summon. So maybe they're also looking at the no steering wheel nag FSD. I don't know what other feature they released in Q3. Do you guys remember?
Have no clue. But I like no nag and ass at the same time. That sounds really great.
Yeah. So let's say a couple $100 million due to FSD release. Okay, so with that in mind, total annual revenues are about 20 billion. So we could see about a 1% of that increase. So if you go back to Troy's, 1% of this, 2.5% increase. I mean, I think it's probably higher. So 1 to 2%. So maybe like half of it is due to FSD revenue and half of it due to raw material price declines. But you also, on top of that, have ASP declines as well. So yeah, we need more color. Lower cost per vehicle. Let's go back to the lower cost per vehicle, including raw materials, freight duties, other one-time charges. Okay. This doesn't apply to automotive. This does. This does. This doesn't because it's non-GAAP. This doesn't because it's operating. Reduce sexy vehicle ASP. Okay. Yeah. I don't think they're. I mean, I don't think they're going to. I don't think they're going to release the actual figure how much due to FSD, but I'm guessing a couple $100 million. There we go. Look, Steve says Auto Park. Yeah. And that's a few 100,000 vehicles. So yeah, this FSD revenue recognition could have actually played a big role in this increase at the end right here. Okay. What features do we expect in Q4? I mean, I guess we're going to have Cybertruck FSD be another positive factor in Q4. But I think they're kind of done with the future releases. So FSD take rate maybe will increase, but I think that's going to happen probably more with FSD 13. So let's say Cybertruck production increases, deliveries increase. I think they were talking about 2,000 by year end. So say 1,500 times 13 weeks, like 20,000 vehicles, Cybertruck 25, say, times 7,000. You're looking at, yeah, another maybe 150 to 200 million. So, I mean, yeah, I mean, yeah, this might reverse a little bit in Q4. But Q3 is Q2, Q3 are seasonally strong quarters. Q4, Q1 are seasonally weak quarters. So I wouldn't be surprised if this gross margin drops a little bit in Q4, or at best stays stable. So this is very much. I mean, the major improvement is going to come from interest rates coming down, and that's not going to happen in Q4. So, okay.
But I
So
mean, like if going forward they will be able to push FSD outside the US, that number will go up again rapidly.
yeah, that's true. But do you really expect FSD in Europe or China in Q4 or Q1?
No, not Q1. Maybe China, but not Europe.
Yeah. And in the near term, FSD subscriptions, do you think they're going to surge in Q4?
Well, it depends on if I mean if version 13 releases and that turns out to be really great. But like, yeah, obviously.
But I don't think V13 will go wide until Q1. I don't think it's going to go wide in Q4. Like by wide, I mean majority of eligible fleet has, like for example, as Zabat mentioned today, 80% of the eligible fleet has 12.5.4.1. So that's going wide in my mind, not just like Omar getting it, So
Yeah.
because that's what's really material to income statement. That's when they get to recognize these FSC revenues and stuff. So
I'll
I
take
don't
a
know
coffee bet if you'd like
on what exactly.
on whether or not version 13 goes wide in some degree fashion, like version 13.3.6 or something.
Yeah. And by wide, how many cars are we talking?
I'm talking about like this level that we have 12.5.4.1 on. I would
Yeah,
say
so
it's going to be that
80%.
level.
No way. No, it's your choice.
let,
I, I
let me
could
pay for your coffee then. I'll do it.
Yeah, sounds good. Coffee bet on.
I could hear Hasatan rubbing his hands when he said that, like he's gonna win.
I know it. I know it.
Okay. Team Flexity, anything on your end you'd like to add?
Between being 3 o'clock at night, I have nothing to add right now.
Yeah. Steve says V13 might come with banish for all vehicles. CT, Cybertruck will get that and ass hopefully. Okay. Yeah, when do you guys think V13 will go wide? Meaning hundreds of thousands of vehicles at least. Drop it in the live chat.
Well, I have to go now, but I will dream really sweet dreams about this release.
Okay.
So
We don't want to.
I,
We don't want to hear about your dreams. Go dream whatever you want. And in 10 minutes, we have the earnings call. Alexander, thank you very much for stopping by at such a late hour in Europe. I'll talk to you tomorrow in Tesla Live. Okay, great. Yeah, Steam says maybe November for wide release. No way. You guys are crazy. Crucibles in 2 weeks. It's a joke. Did they change 12.6 to V13? I don't think so. V13 is a major release. Like it's gonna take a long time for them to test. V13 with the holiday update, Jacob says. Maybe to external cars, yes, I agree. But the wide, like hundreds of thousands of vehicles, I don't think so. All right, 10 minutes to the earnings call. Let's go to this tab. Let's like it. How about that? 207 likes. We can't beat this in Tesla Live. 207 before the meeting starts. We can't do that one day. The stock is up 9% heading into earnings call. Anything else? Anything else we want to talk about? Gas cars estimated life cycle emissions versus robotaxi. Okay. Cybercab. Team Flexi, what would you ask Elon if you could ask a question?
Elon, can you please move these earning call up by 1 hour?
Yes, exactly. Yeah, I don't know why there's so much time needed.
And then they start to do the countdown for 15 minutes that we are going to start the earnings call in 15 minutes now.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly right.
The earnings call will be over by 4 o'clock and I have to wake up at 6:30 to go to class.
Any commentary around 4680s, FSDs? All very positive. I'm trying to review some tweets here, see if there's anything. Look at this. Troy says Tesla's cost reduction in Q3 was huge. To put it in perspective, here's a chart that shows the blended worldwide cost per Model 3 and Model Y. These are estimates.
Look at that spike when every automaker was like, "Yeah, we'll do EVs."
Right, exactly. Exactly. I think, yeah, these are estimates. I wouldn't take this to bank here. Because Tesla said on the earnings deck 35,100. So, I mean, I know he's showing on the Model 3 and Model Y, but
He's just assuming that the Cybertruck is just god awful expensive.
well, I guess the Model S and X is a little higher too. But these are, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I buy that figure. Troy, he sometimes makes mistakes on these things.
He's only human.
Yeah. Okay. So on Sawyer, Tesla saw its biggest jump in automotive. We talked about it. Part of this again due to FSD revenue recognition. Tesla generated $2.7 billion free cash flow. Part of this due to working capital, FSD. I mean, if you adjust for those things, I don't know. So we want more color on 3.5 million capex. The one undeniable positive story is here is the energy margins. Tesla says their Shanghai Megapack factory remains on track. Okay. FSD miles came in as expected. By the way, the FSD miles straight line being FSD take rate probably didn't surge either. So I don't think we're going to get a comment on that. This is very positive. See, they hit it. It's good news, but it comes with the asterisk of all the Q3 deliveries being more than 100,000. It's our foundation series. 3 minutes to the call.
But just like Omar said, when you start adding the bells and whistles, it's not going to be too far off. I doubt anybody goes bare minimum with the Cybertruck.
Well, foundation comes all stacked anyway. We're already end-to-end single stack, and Elon said that 15.6 are arguably 12 and 13, etc. I think it's more of a UI refresh with some additional features this time versus architecture change. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Such wishful thinking. Yeah, we can just listen on X instead of YouTube if we can. When that comes up, I have both up. Let's do a sound check real quick. You guys hear the sound?
Yeah.
Sounds wonderful.
That good. See you too. Okay, so while that's playing, I'm going to shut up. We're going to be in YouTube live chat. So come over to YouTube live chat. Oh my gosh, Michelle warned me again. We can't play music, guys. That demonetizes the stream.
Oh wow. Oh wow.
Yeah. That's all right. I think we caught that in a few seconds. It's not the end of the world. Right, Michelle? Michelle is our ears for this copyrighted music stuff. Stock is up 9.5%. Fair music is a DR on fair usual. That's okay. I don't want to take any chances. Okay, it's 5:30. I'm not live. I'm gonna test offline. Okay. Here we go. Let me know in live chat or speakers. Let me know when it's on. Okay.
For sure.
Miss Libby says, "What did you sing?" Depends on how good you sing. All right, let's say quick guesses. Hospitality and Film Flexity. What do you think will be the stock price? So right now it's up 10% at 234. Where do you think it will be after the earnings call? And then next couple of days, how do you think it's going to react?
I guess I'll go first. I think by the opening bell tomorrow, we're going to see it at 240. And by Monday, it'll probably level off somewhere around 235.
Okay. Film Flexity, what do you think?
I think if Elon answers the questions well today, I think it'll be up another few
All right.
percent by the night.
We're starting, guys. Starting.
Time in the update deck we published at the same link as this webcast. During this call, we will discuss our business outlook and make forward-looking statements. These comments are based on our predictions and expectations as of today. Actual events or results could differ materially due to a number of risks and uncertainties, including those mentioned in our most recent filings with the SEC. During the question and answer portion of today's call, please limit yourself to one question and one follow-up. Please use the raise hand button to join the question queue. Before we jump into Q&A, Elon has some opening remarks. Elon?
Thank you. So to recap, as someone saying, something that automotive industry are seeing year-over-year declines in order volumes in Q3, Tesla at the same time has achieved record deliveries. In fact, I think if you look at EV companies worldwide, to the best of my knowledge, no EV company is even profitable. And I'm not, to the best of my knowledge, there's no EV division of any company, of any existing auto company that is profitable. So it is notable that Tesla is profitable despite a very challenging automotive environment. And this quarter actually is a record Q3 for us. So we produced our 7th million vehicle actually just yesterday. So congratulations to the teams that made it happen at Tesla. That's a staggeringly immense amount of work to make 7 million cars. Let's see, and we also have the energy storage business is growing like wildfire with strong demand for both Megapack and Powerwall. And as people know, on October 10th, we laid out a vision for an autonomous and electric future that I think is very compelling. The Tesla team did a phenomenal job there with actually giving people an opportunity to experience the future, where you have humanoid robots walking among the crowd, not with a canned video presentation or anything, but literally walking among the crowd, serving drinks and whatnot. And we had 50 autonomous vehicles. There were 20 Cybercabs, but there were an additional 30 Model Ys operating fully autonomously the entire night, carrying thousands of people with no incidents the entire night. And for those who went there, it's worth emphasizing that the Cybercab had no steering wheel or brake or accelerator pedals. Meaning there was no way for anyone to intervene manually, even if they wanted to, and the whole night went very smoothly. So, regarding the vehicle business, we are still on track to deliver more affordable models starting in the first half of 2025. This is, I think, probably people are wondering, well, what should they assume for vehicle sales growth next year? And at the risk of to take a bit of risk here, I do want to give some rough estimate, which is I think it's 20 to 30% vehicle growth next year. Notwithstanding negative external events, like if there's some force majeure events, like some big war breaks out or interest rates go sky high or something like that, then we can't overcome massive force majeure events. But I think with our lower cost vehicles, with the advent of autonomy, something like a 20 to 30% growth next year is my best guess. And then Cybercab reaching volume production in 26. I do feel confident of Cybercab reaching volume production in 26. So not just starting production, but reaching volume production in 26. And that that should be substantial growth. We're aiming for at least 2 million units a year of Cybercab. That'll be in more than one factory, but I think it's at least 2 million units a year, maybe 4 million ultimately. These are just my best guesses, but if you ask me what my best guesses, those are my best guesses. The 46, the cell 4680 lines, the team is actually doing great work there. The 4680 is rapidly approaching the point where it is the most competitive cell. So when you consider the fully landed, the cost of a battery pack fully landed in the US, net of incentives and duties, the 4680 is tracking to be the most competitive, meaning lower cost per kilowatt hour fully considered than any other alternative, which is not quite there yet, but we're close to being there, which I think is extremely exciting. And we've got a lot of ideas to go well beyond that. So I think if we execute well, the 4680 will have the Tesla internally produced cell will be the most cost competitive cell in certainly North America. A testament to a tremendous amount of hard work there by the team. So that's it. We'll continue to buy a lot of cells from our competitors. Our intent is not to make cells just internally. So I don't want to set off any alarm bells here. We're also increasing substantially our vehicle output and our stationary storage output. So we need a lot of cells. And most of them will still come from suppliers, but I think it is some good news that the Tesla internal cell is tracking to be the most competitive in the US. So with respect to autonomy, as people are experiencing in the cars, really from week to week, there are significant improvements in the miles between interventions. So with the new version 12.5, the release of full self-driving in Cybertruck, the combining the code into a single stack so that the city driving and the end-to-end highway driving are one stack, which is a big improvement for the highway driving. So it's just all neural nets. And the release of actually Smart Summon. We try to have a sense of humor here at Tesla. And we're also, so that's 12.5. Version 13 of FSD is going out soon. Ashok will elaborate more on that later in the call. We expect to see roughly a 5 or 6-fold improvement in miles between interventions compared to 12.5. And actually, looking at the year as a whole, the improvement in miles between interventions, we think will be at least 3 orders of magnitude. So that's a very dramatic improvement in the course of the year. And we expect that trend to continue next year. So the current internal expectation, emphasizing internal expectation for the Tesla FSD having longer miles between intervention than human is the second quarter of next year. Which means it may end up being the third quarter, but it's next. It seems extremely likely to be next year. Sure, do you want to say anything about that?
Yeah, when measuring miles between critical interventions, yeah, like you mentioned, Elon, we already made a 100x improvement with 12.5 from starting of this year, and then with V13 release, we expect to be 1000x from the beginning, from January of this year on my production release software. And this came in because of technology improvements, going to end-to-end, having higher frame rate, partly also helped by hardware force, more capabilities, so on. And we hope that we continue to scale the neural network, the data, the training compute, etc. By Q2 next year, we should cross over the average human miles per critical intervention, or like collision in that case.
I mean, that is just unvarnished our internal estimate.
Yes. Yeah.
So that's not sandbagging or anything else. Our internal estimate is Q2 of next year to be safer than human, and then to continue with rapid improvements thereafter. Now a lot. Vast majority of humanity has no idea that Teslas can drive themselves. So, especially for something like a Model 3 or Model Y, it looks like a normal car. So you don't expect a normal car to be able to be intelligent enough to drive itself. The Cybercab looks different. Cybertruck looks different, but Model Y and Model 3 they're good-looking cars, but they look fairly normal. You don't expect a fairly normal-looking car to have the intelligence, enough AI to be able to drive itself, but it does. So we do want to expose that to more people, and so we're doing every time we have a significant improvement in the software, we'll roll out another sort of 30-day trial, so to encourage people to try it again. And we are seeing a significant improvement in adoption. So the take rate for FSD has improved substantially, especially after the 1010 event. Yeah, so there's no need to wait for robotaxi or cybercab to experience full autonomy. We expect to achieve that next year with our existing vehicle lineup.
For what it's worth, actually, Smart Summon gives a small taste of what it's going to look like. The car able to drive itself to the user within private parking lots. Currently, it's speed limited, but then it's going to quickly be increased. And we already had more than 1 million usage in terms of Smart Summon.
Yep. So, and we have for Tesla employees in the Bay Area, we already are offering a ride-hailing capability. So you can actually use with the development app, you can request a ride, and it'll take you anywhere in the Bay Area. We do have a safety driver for now, but the software required to do that. We've developed, and I mean, David, do you want to elaborate on that?
Yeah, sure. It's David. We showed some screenshots of this in the Q1 shareholder deck, and yeah, this is real. We've been testing it for the better part of the year, and the building blocks that we needed in order to build this functionality and deliver it to production, we've been thinking about and working on for years. It just so happens that we've used those building blocks to deliver great features for our customers in the meantime, such as sharing your profile, synchronizing it across cars, so that every single car that you jump into, whether it's another car that you own or a car that somebody's loaned to you or a rental car that you jump into, it looks exactly like yours. Everything synchronized, seat mirror positions, media, navigation, everything is the same, just what you would expect from one of our robotaxis. But we gave that functionality to our customers right now because we built it intending for it to be used in the future. But we're releasing that functionality now. All the end-to-end cybersecurity that we knew we were going to need to deliver that functionality, sending a navigation to destination from your phone to the vehicle. And so, you're doing that now with the ride-hailing app, but it's something that we've made available to customers for years. Seeing the progress on a route in the mobile app, that's something you'll need for the ride-hailing app, but again, we released it in the meantime. So it's not like we're just starting to think about this stuff right now while we're building out, the early stages of our ride-hailing network. We've been thinking about this for quite a long time, and we're excited to get the functionality out there.
Yeah, and we do expect to roll out ride-hailing in California and Texas next year to the public. Now, California is there's quite a long regulatory approval process. I think we should get approval next year, but it's contingent upon regulatory approval. Texas is a lot faster, so it's I'd say like we'll definitely have it available in Texas, and probably have it available in California, subject to regulatory approval, and then and maybe some other states actually next year as well, but at least California and Texas. So I think that'll be very exciting. That's really a profound change. Tesla becomes more than a sort of vehicle and battery manufacturing company at that point. So we published our Q3 vehicle safety report, which shows one crash for every 7 million miles of autopilot. That compares to the U.S. average of one crash roughly every 700,000 miles. So it's currently showing a 10x safety improvement relative to the U.S. average. And we continue to expand our AI training capacity to accommodate the needs of both FSD and Optimus. We're currently not training compute constrained. That's probably the biggest limiting factor is that the FSD is actually getting so good that it takes us a while to actually find mistakes. And when you start getting to where it can take 10,000 miles to find a mistake, it takes a while to actually figure out which is this build, is this software build better than the software build A better than software build B? It actually takes a while to figure it out because neither one of them are making mistakes. What take a long time to make mistakes. So that's actually the single biggest limiting factor is how long does it take us to figure out which version is better. So sort of high class problem. obviously having a giant fleet is very helpful for breaking this out. And then with Optimus, we showed a massive improvement in Optimus's dexterity and movement on October 10th, and our next gen hand and forearm, which has 22 degrees of freedom, which is double the prior hand and forearm. It's extremely human-like. It also has much better tactile sensing. It's really I feel confident saying that we have the most advanced humanoid robot by a long shot. And we're moreover the only company that really has all of the ingredients necessary to scale humanoid robots. Because the things that what other companies are missing is that they're missing the AI brain, and they're missing the ability to really scale to very high volume production. So you sometimes see some impressive video demos, but they lack the localized AI and the ability to scale volume to very high numbers. As I've said on a few occasions before, I think Optimus will ultimately be the most valuable part of it. So, and I think it has a good chance of being the most valuable product ever made. For the energy business, that's doing extremely well. And there's the opportunity ahead is gigantic. The Lathrop Megapack factory reached 200 megapacks a week, which is now a 40 gigawatt hour a year run rate. And we have a second factory in Shanghai that will begin with a 20 gigawatt hour a year run rate in Q1 next year, so just next quarter. And that'll also scale up. It won't be long before we're shipping 100 gigawatt hours a year stationary storage at Tesla. And that'll ultimately grow, I think, to multiple terawatt hours per year. It has to actually, in order to have a sustainable energy future. If you're not at the terawatt scale, you're not really moving the needle. So if you look at our admittedly very complicated last master plan, which I think actually has too much detail, maybe I'll ask Grok to analyze it and
Shorten it up.
Yeah, give us the TLDR on the last master plan. But we showed in that master plan that it is possible to take all of Earth to a fully sustainable energy situation using sustainable energy, power generation, and batteries and electric transport. And there are no fundamental material limitations. Like there's not some very rare material that we don't have enough of on Earth. We actually have enough of the raw materials to take all of human civilization, make it fully sustainable. And even if civilization dramatically increased its electricity usage, it would still be fully sustainable. One way to think of the progress of a civilization, this may sound a little esoteric, but is percentage completion of Kardashev scale. So Kardashev scale 1 would be you're using all the power of a planet. We're currently less than 1% on Kardashev level 1. Level 2 would be using all the power of the sun. And level 3, all the power of the galaxy. So we got a long way to go. Long way to go. When you think in Kardashev terms, it becomes obvious that by far the biggest source of energy is the sun. Everything else is in the noise. So in conclusion, Tesla is focused on building the future of energy, transport, robotics, and AI. And this is a time when others are just focused on managing around near-term trends. We think what we're doing is the right approach, and if we execute on our objectives, and I think we will, Tesla. My prediction is Tesla will become the most valuable company in the world, and probably by a long shot. I want to thank the Tesla team once again for strong execution in a tough operating environment. And we're looking forward to building an incredibly exciting future. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Elon. And Bob has some opening remarks as well.
Yeah, thanks. Our Q3 results were overall positive and once again demonstrate the scale to which businesses evolved over the years with the generation of record operating cash flows of 6.3 billion. Our automotive revenues grew both quarter-on-quarter and year-on-year. While we had unit volume growth, we did experience reduction in ASPs, primarily due to the impact of financing incentives. As a reminder, we are providing these incentives primarily using third-party banks and financial institutions and recognize the cost of these incentives as an upfront reduction to revenue. We released FSD for Cybertruck and other features like Actually Smart Summon, like Elon talked about in North America, which contributed 326 million of revenues in the quarter. We continue to see elevated levels of regulatory credit sales with over 2 billion of revenues so far this year. To expand on this, at an industry level, China continues to outperform US and Europe by a factor of 3. And if there is something to be learned from that, this gives a signal of what is to come in other regions as customers' acceptance of EV grows. And we feel that is the right strategy to build affordable and more compelling EVs. Our focus remains on growing unit volume while avoiding a buildup of inventory. To support this strategy, we're continuing to offer extremely compelling vehicle financing options in every market. When you compare any vehicle in our lineup with other OEMs, we believe our vehicles provide much better value, particularly when you consider the safety features, performance, and unparalleled software functionalities like David also talked about, include also what Ashok had talked about around autonomy, music options, parental controls, and much more. While every vehicle in our lineup comes up with these capabilities, there is an awareness gap, not just with buyers, but at times even with existing owners. We plan on making these more visible in our interactions with both existing and future customers. Automotive margins improved quarter-over-quarter as a result of FSD feature release discussed before. Increase in our overall production and delivery volume, continued benefit from commodity pricing, and more localized deliveries in region, which resulted in lower freight and duties. Sustaining these margins in Q4, however, will be challenging given the current economic environment. Note that we are focused on the cost per vehicle, and there are numerous work streams within the company to squeeze out costs without compromising on customer experience.
Yeah, something that's hopefully a helpful macro trend is if there's a decline in interest rates, this has a massive effect on the automotive demand. The vast majority of people, the demand is driven by the monthly payment. Can they afford the monthly payment? So I think most likely we'll see continued decline in interest rates, which helps with affordability of vehicles.
Yeah, I mean, that is one trend which we observed in the industry that, because of the affordability being impacted because of interest rates, people are holding on to the cars longer, especially in the US. And that is actually having an impact on the overall industry too. As we discussed earlier, as we discussed in prior quarters, energy deployments fluctuate quarter-over-quarter due to customer readiness, location of orders being fulfilled, and not necessarily an indicator of demand or production within the quarter. While we did see a decline in Q3, we expect to grow deployments sequentially in Q4 to end the year with more than double of last year. Energy margins in Q3 were a record at more than 30%. This is a function of mix of projects being deployed in the quarter. Note that there will be fluctuation in margins as we manage through deployments and our inventory. Our pipeline and backlog continue to grow quarter-over-quarter as we fill our 2025 production slots, and we're doing our level best to keep up with the demand. Just coming back on automotive margins, I talked about, I talked about what is happening. One other thing which I want to also share is that that we will continue to keep whatever we can to squeeze, like I said before, about squeezing out the cost. But this is something which we also are very capable of. I mean, just in Q3, we reached our lowest cost per vehicle. And that is a trend which we want to keep focus on. Then going on to service and other, we continue to show improvements in Q3. This was a result of better performance, both in our service business, which includes collision, part sales, and merchandise, and continued growth in supercharging. These fleet-based revenues will continue to grow as the overall fleet size increases. Our operating expenses declined quarter-over-quarter and on a year-on-year basis. This is partially due to the restructuring we undertook in Q2. Cost saving from these initiatives were partially offset by increase in costs related to our AI efforts. We've started using the GPU cluster based out of our factory in Austin ahead of schedule and are on track to get 50K GPUs deployed in Texas by the end of this month. One thing which I'd like to elaborate is that we're being very judicious on our AI compute spend too, and saying how best we can utilize the existing infrastructure before making further investments. On the CapEx front, we had over $3.5 billion in the quarter. This was a sequential increase largely because of investments in AI compute. We now expect the CapEx for the year to be in excess of $11 billion. We shared our vision for the future at the We Robot event at the beginning of the month. The Tesla team is hyper-focused on delivering on that vision, and all efforts are underway to make it a reality. While we've achieved significant progress this year, it will take time to get this as we pioneer new and incredibly complex technologies and navigate a fragmented regulatory landscape. Future is incredibly bright, and I want to thank the Tesla team once again for all their help.
Great. Thank you very much, Vaibhav. Now we'll go to investor questions. The first one is Tesla still on track to deliver the more affordable model next year, as mentioned by Elon earlier? And how does it align with your AI and product roadmap?
Sure. I mean, as Elon and Vaibhav both said, we are in plan to meet that in the first half of next year. Our mission has always been to lower the cost of our vehicles to increase the adoption of sustainable energy and transport. Part of that is lowering the cost of our current vehicles, which is where all of the personally owned vehicles that we sell today come in. But the next stage in that really, as it fits into AI roadmap, is when we bring in robotaxis, which lowers the initial cost of getting into an EV. And that's really where we see the marriage of EV roadmap and the AI roadmap.
Yeah, it'll be like with incentives sub 30K, which is kind of a key threshold.
Great. Thank you very much. Similar question next. When can we expect Tesla to give us the $25,000 non-robotaxi regular car model?
We're not making it on robot.
Yeah, all our vehicles today are robotaxis.
I think we've made very clear that we're the future is autonomous. I mean, it's going to be, and I actually said this many years ago, but that in my strong belief, and I believe that is panning out to be true, so and it'll be very obvious in retrospect, is that the future is autonomous electric vehicles, and non-autonomous gasoline vehicles in the future will be like riding a horse and using a flip phone. It's not that there are no horses. Yeah, there are some horses, but they're unusual. They're niche, and so it just everything's going to be electric autonomous. I think this is blind, like it should be frankly blindingly obvious at this point that is the future. So a lot of automotive companies, most automotive companies, have not internalized this, which is surprising, because we've been shouting this from the rooftops for such a long time, and it will accrue to their detriments in the future. But all of our vehicles in the future will be autonomous.
Even today.
Yeah, yes, all the vehicles that we've really made, all the 7 million vehicles, the vast majority are capable of autonomy. And we're currently making on the order of 35,000 autonomous vehicles a week. If you compare that to, say, Waymo's entire fleet, they have less than 1,000 cars. We make 35K a week.
Yeah, and our cars look normal.
Yeah, they mostly look normal. The Cybertruck looks,
Yes.
thankfully, looks abnormal. And then the Cybercab / robotaxi, we wanted to have something futuristic looking. I think it does look futuristic. And it's worth noting with respect to the Cybercab, it's actually not just a revolution in vehicle design, but a revolution in vehicle manufacturing that is also coming with the Cybercab. The cycle time, like the units per hour of the Cybercab line is like, this is just really something special. I mean, it'll be half order of magnitude better than other car manufacturing lines. Like not in the same league is what I'm saying. Not in the same league. So it's and I said like several years ago that maybe the hardest Tesla product to copy will be the factory. You can't just like buy a factory.
You can't reverse engineer a factory. It's have to buy it.
Yeah, it's like, if we can, yeah. We're rapidly evolving in manufacturing technology. So anyway, there's like basically, I think having a regular 25K model is pointless.
Yeah,
It would be silly. Like, it would be completely at odds with what we believe.
in an autonomous world, what matters is the lowest cost per mile of efficiency of that vehicle, and that's what we've done with the robotaxi.
Exactly. Autonomous, it's fully considered cost per mile is what matters. And if you try to make a car that is, essentially a hybrid manual automatic car, it's not going to be as good as a dedicated autonomous car. So yeah, Cybercab is just not going to have steering wheels and pedals. It's fully designed, optimized for autonomy. But no, it'll cost on the order of cost roughly 25K. So it is a 25K car, and you will be able to buy one on it exclusively if you want. So just won't have steering wheel and pedals if you don't need it.
Great, thank you very much. The next question is, what is Tesla doing to alleviate long wait times at service centers?
So we aim on solving problems at the source, so at the factory, before they can even affect our customers. We believe the best service is no service, and
it really is.
Don't even have them.
If the car doesn't break,
yeah, exactly.
That's the best thing.
Don't see anyone with the Tesla shirt. You either do it fix the issue upstream, or do it remotely, do it through software. They can be at work or at home, and the car can be parked, and we address and fix the issue. And we've partnered the field with service to make sure we're looking at the same issues. And additionally, just in Q3 and Q4 of this year alone, we have opened and will open in total at nearly 70 locations. And in North America, we significantly expanded the size of each location and have doubled the size last year compared to this year.
Yeah, I think there's like actually a lot of merit to having large service centers, because you can have specialization of labor. You can start to approach. Yeah, it should be more factory-like. Where you can have dedicated lanes for particular types of service, and it's way easier for somebody to become expert in a few different types of repairs than in every repair.
Exactly. This has helped us with the base, instead of these heavy repairs, like clogging up a lane. There's dedicated lanes for different type of repairs, and so it's throughput matters and really treating it like a factory.
Yeah, this is where Tesla's structure, I think, Tesla has a structural advantage relative to the rest of the auto industry, because we make the cars and we service the cars, whereas I think there's a bit of a conflict of interest with the dealer model and the sort of traditional OEM and dealer model, where the dealerships make most of their money on service, and so they obviously are disincented to reduce the servicing cost. Whereas in our case, we are incented to reduce the servicing cost because we carry that servicing cost. And we've got a good feedback loop with our cars.
The best.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like we review with the factory, with the service leaders together, and send people from the factories to the field and field to the factory to see it firsthand.
Exactly.
Provide suggestions for manufacturing as well as for engineering on design.
Yeah, so I view this as a fundamental structural advantage of Tesla versus the rest of the auto industry.
Also doing a bunch of work on the software side, not only to automate, diagnostics, so identifying, what needs to be done to a car before it comes into service, but also automating all of the preparation work and aligning all the resources that are necessary in order for the car to be very efficiently worked on once it arrives. So the parts are there, like the lift is scheduled, the technician schedule, like everything's ready
like
to
the
go.
car says, "This is what's wrong with me," and tells the service center,
The car
Get everything ready in advance.
"Yeah, please fix me, and this is what's wrong."
Yeah, this is what I recommend you do now. This is what I recommend.
instead of customer trying to translate, the car is telling us directly, and we're pulling that. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't need, most of the time you don't need to diagnose the car
Exactly.
when it arrives. The car, this is like, again,
You
a
prep the
fundamental technology advantage and structural advantage compared to the rest of the auto industry. It's
I think it's underappreciated as to what all we are able to do.
Yeah.
And that's why, because like you said before, most of our cars, except for Cybertruck, look the same.
Yeah.
Right? So people don't realize that it has so much capability.
yeah. They look better than other cars, but they're not like obviously like super futuristic.
Yes.
Great. Thank you very much. The next question is, please provide an update on the Semi. What will the next stage of growth look like, and when will FSD be ready?
Sure. So as we posted in the earnings deck, we're progressing swiftly on the build of the semi factory in our Gigafactory in Reno. We've released all our major capital expenditures for that program, and we're on track to start pilot builds in the second half of next year, with production starting in the first half of 2026 and ramping really throughout the year to full production. Semi, growth will largely depend on our customers' adoption of the product.
Well, I don't think we're going to be demand limited, honestly.
Yeah, which I was going to say, which is like a
Not at all.
no-brainer for the semi, because it's really a commodity of total cost of ownership.
Yes, exactly. It's good. We have kind of ridiculous demand for the semi.
In that world where it's about how much do I spend to move goods
exactly.
cents per mile, it's a no-brainer.
Yeah, fundamentally, if you've got a semi where the fully considered cost per mile per ton of transport is better than, say, a diesel truck, any company that doesn't adopt an electric semi will lose. It's not a subjective thing. It's like whether do you like
just a competitive.
I mean, we want the stat. We want to have a beautiful semi truck, but frankly, if we made an ugly semi truck, it wouldn't matter.
And this is proving so in our fleets and in Pepsi's fleet, our partner. In fact, the Pepsi actually said last week their drivers don't want to go back.
Yeah. As soon as we give anyone the electric semi, it's like that's like the choice.
It's what they want to drive.
Yeah. That's like so the more senior, like their top drivers, they get to drive the Tesla semi. And it's the thing they want to drive. It's super fun to drive.
It's also very easy to drive.
It's easy to drive, and it holds ass. Yeah. It's like fast.
Yeah, super fast. Maybe too fast.
Well, but I mean, regular like you've seen like the videos of where like the Tesla electric semi can go uphill. Speeding past like the diesel truck.
Or even cars.
Yeah, even cars. So it's responsive. It's you floor it and the truck actually moves.
And that's a benefit not only for the driver and for the goods, but also for safety in terms of other drivers on the road. You don't get stuck behind the semi. You're not in a slow down situation in the on ramp. I mean, how that plays into FSD, which is the second part of the question. All of the semis have been, since the couple hundred we've deployed already, and the ones that we'll be building next year and throughout the future, have all of the hardware and the cameras necessary to deploy FSD, and we're currently training with that small fleet that we have. And as soon as the fleet is trained and the neural nets are up, we'll get FSD onto that platform.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be a massive improvement in driver fatigue, because and driver safety. We've got sort of the anti-jackknifing software. You don't have to worry about your brakes overheating if you go down a steep hill, because we use regenerative like that energy goes back into the pack.
Actually, when we leave Reno,
It's just like it's like radically better than a diesel semi. It's why the drivers love it.
Yeah.
Great, guys. Thank you very much. Our next question is, when will Tesla incorporate X and Grok in all of the Tesla vehicles?
Well, I mean, these are relatively small fry things, you know. But yeah, with I think we'll keep expanding, you know, what is available in the car on the screen, and also improving like the browser. So like just generally, you can access anything you want in the car. In fact, for the Tesla, you know, once you get to full autonomy, you actually want fully a system that is can do anything. Like if you want to browse the internet, if you want to you know, ask AI questions, if you want to watch a movie, if you want to play a video game, if you want to do some productivity thing, you can do anything you want in an autonomous vehicle because you don't need to drive. So that's why the Cybertruck's got a nice big screen and a great sound system, so you can watch a great movie with. It's like being like in a
personal movie theater.
Yeah, personal movie theater. Awesome.
Yeah, this is why we've been building this functionality, adding gaming to the car, adding movies and other, you know, all sorts of different media applications to the car, because, you know,
the cars.
That's what you're gonna. The cars that we build today.
There's some really fun games, by the way. If people haven't tried it, there's like Castle Doombad and Polytopia and a bunch of really fun games in the car.
Yeah, we're constantly looking at, you know, what features to add next, and we're paying attention to what's most commonly requested by our customers.
Yeah, play Castle Doombad. You won't regret it.
Great. Thank you guys very much. The next question is, Elon mentioned unsupervised FSD in California and Texas next year. Does that mean regulators have agreed to it in the entire state for existing hardware 3 and 4 vehicles?
No, as I said earlier, you know, California loves regulation,
but they have a pathway.
Yeah, I mean, there's a pathway. Obviously, Waymo operates in California, so there's just a lot of forms to fill out and a lot of approvals that are required. I mean, I'd be shocked if we don't get approval next year, but it's just not something we totally control. But I think we will get approval next year in California and Texas, and towards the end of the year, it will branch out beyond California and Texas.
I mean, I think it's important to reiterate this, like homologating or certifying a vehicle at the federal level in the US is done by meeting FMVSS regulations. All our vehicles today that are produced that are autonomous capable meet all those regulations. The Cybertruck will meet those regulations. And so the deployment of the vehicle to the road is not a limitation. What is a limitation is what you said at the state level, where they control autonomous vehicle deployment. Some states are relatively easy, as you mentioned, for Texas.
Yeah.
And so other ones have pathways, like California, that may take a little longer. Other ones haven't set up anything yet. And so we will work through those state by state and get it.
I do think we should have a federal.
I agree.
Like autonomous vehicles should be approved. It should be possible to.
Congress, if you're listening, let's get a federal AV.
There should be a federal approval process for autonomous vehicles. I mean, that's how the FMVSS is
started and worked.
Federal motor vehicle. The FMVSS is federal.
Yeah. So I mean, in 2017 and 18, it's when regulators started looking at it, and it's really kind of stalled since then. But we would appreciate and would support helping out with those regulations.
It really needs to be like a national approval is important. You know, if there's a Department of Government Efficiency, I'll try to help make that happen. And just for everyone, not just Tesla, obviously. But you know, just we like some things in the US are state by state regulated. Like for example, insurance, and it's like it's incredibly painful to do it state by state, 50 states. And I think there should be a national approval process for autonomy.
Great. Thanks, guys. The next question is, what is the plan for 2025?
I mean, I think we're just talking.
I mean, basically, we talked through this. There's a lot going on. Elon already mentioned that we're working on cheaper models to come out. I mean, there's work which the team is doing to get the factories ready today to try and make that happen.
Yeah. By the way, the amount of work required to make a lower cost car is insanely high. But like, it is harder to get like 20% of the cost out of a car than it is to design the car and build the entire factory in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
It's like excruciating, and there's not a lot of movies made about the heroes who got 20% of the cost out of a car. But let me tell you, there should be. Everyone who got that is incredibly heroic.
It's little changes, and it's not like a
Yeah, it's like there should be the heroes who got 20% of the cost out of a car. Is like, damn, I have a lot of respect for them.
We were talking about
Movie. It's like, you know, I think you probably could make a compelling movie, but it just no. Like, if you actually saw how hard, if people actually saw how hard it was to do that, you'd be like, whoa, that's damn hard.
Just yesterday we were talking about potting.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like literally, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of, when I do call it sort of like getting cost out of things, it's kind of like, it's like Game of Pennies. It's like Game of Thrones, but pennies. You know, first approximation, if you've got 10,000 items in a car, very rough approximation, and each of them costs $4, then you have a $40,000 car. So if you want to make a $35,000 car, you've got to get 50 cents on average out of the 10,000 items.
Every part.
Yeah. And it's like, you know, and then obviously the best is you delete some parts. In fact, we found we able to delete a lot of parts. I'm very excited about the Cybercab design and the both, you know, how we're rethinking the design of a car for the Cybercab, designing it for ultra high volume production, and then designing a machine that builds the machine that I think is also revolutionary. And it's just that there's no other car company that's even trying to do what we're doing. Like, I've even heard of it, actually. In fact, I'm certain there isn't one. I think our new machine that builds the machine, like it's inherent, like it's designed to be like, you know, five times better than traditional factory, like cycle time
And like part deletion and chip movement. I don't think any other car company has the same level of like integration of thought that we have when it comes to like, when you design a part from a white sheet of paper, who's going to make it? Where is it going to be made? How's it going to be shipped? How's it going to be assembled into the vehicle? And like at any one point, if something is done in a silo, it becomes a bottleneck of either cost or time or efficiency. But with the road taxi, you know, the development, like we've done a good job on combining all that, and then like blowing up how it's made and saying it should be made this way, and rethinking it all so that it's the most efficient factory possible. That shows it will show in our CapEx efficiency when we deploy it. It shows in the number of parts, it shows in the simplicity of the vehicle, but also how it performs in terms of like end user state.
Yeah. Just to close out, just on the energy front, also in 25, we will have started manufacturing at the Mega Factory Shanghai. We'll continue to increase our overall storage deployments with Powerwall 3. We plan to continue expanding our supercharging network, getting more OEMs on our network, 4680 cell ramp, as Elon talked about. That would keep going. And then we also will have our lithium refinery starting to produce. So there's a lot which is going on.
Great. Yeah, so many things.
Yeah.
I mean, the crazy thing is like Tesla's winning basically on almost every single thing we're doing. If we're not winning now, we're on track to win. In arenas where there are entire large companies, that's the only thing they do.
Yeah. I mean, it's a company. There are multiple companies within the company.
Yeah, Tesla's like many companies that one.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you, guys. Just a few more. What is going on with the Tesla Roadster?
Fun things.
Well, I just like to thank our long-suffering deposit holders of the Tesla Roadster. You know, the reason it hasn't come out yet is because the Roadster is not just the icing on the cake; it's the cherry on the icing on the cake. And so, you know, our larger mission is to accelerate the progress towards a sustainable energy future. You know, try to do things that maximize the probability that the future is good for humanity and for Earth. And so that necessarily means that like the things like that are kind of like dessert. We'd all love to work on the Tesla, the next gen Tesla Roadster. It is super fun, and we are working on it. But it has to come behind the more things that have a more serious impact on the good of the world. So just thank you to all our long-suffering Tesla Roadster deposit holders. And we are actually finally making progress on that. We're close to finalizing the design on that. It's really going to be something spectacular. You know, a friend of mine, Peter Thiel, you know, and sometimes people think that Peter Thiel and I are rivals. We're really good friends. But to be clear, you know, Peter, you know, was lamenting how, you know, the future doesn't have flying cars. Well, we'll see.
More to come.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you very much. The next one is quite similar to other questions we've had, so I might combine it with the final question. So briefly, could you just detail how robotaxi will roll out? Will it start with a Tesla deployed fleet and then allow customers to add theirs on like a subscription model? And then will Hardware 3 be capable of level 5 FSD?
Regarding the Hardware 3, what we saw with 12.5 was it was easier to make rapid progress with starting with Hardware 4 and figuring out the solution and then backporting it to Hardware 3 instead of directly working on Hardware 3, given that Hardware 4 has more like fundamental hardware capabilities. I think that trend will continue into the next few quarters as well, where we first figure out the solution rapidly with AI4 and then backport it, write the kernels. It just takes longer to develop those things because it's not fundamentally supported in the hardware and it's emulated. But yeah, it's initially working on Hardware 4, backporting it to Hardware 3.
Yeah, so it's, I guess the answer is we're not 100% sure, but our as Ashok mentioned, because by some measures Hardware 4 has really several times the capability of Hardware 3. It's easier to get things to work with Hardware 4, and then it takes a lot of effort to sort of squeeze that functionality into Hardware 3. You know, there is some chance that Hardware 3 does not achieve the safety level that allows for unsupervised FSD. You know, there is some chance of that, and if that turns out to be the case, we will upgrade those who have bought Hardware 3 FSD for free, and we have designed the system to be upgradable. You know, so and it's really what you know, just to switch out the computer type of thing. Like the cameras are okay, you know, they're capable, but anyway, we don't actually know the answer to that. But if it does turn out, we'll make sure we take care of those who have bought FSD on Hardware 3.
Great. In the last few minutes that we have left, we will try to get in some analyst questions. The first question will be coming from Pierre Farragut at New Street. Pierre, please feel free to unmute yourself.
Thanks a lot, guys, for taking my question. I was wondering about like the compute you're ramping up. So you gave like interesting statistics on how much you have, and you said you don't feel your compute constrained. And I was wondering, you know, how you are putting to work this additional compute. Is that a game for you of creating like larger and larger models, like next generation of models that are larger, the way OpenAI go from GPT-3 to GPT-4? Or is that more like you're set on your model and you need to throw more and more compute to accelerate the pace of learning to improve reliability? And then I had a quick follow-up real quick on your rollout in Texas and in California next year. The plan as you see it today, is it to roll out like a fleet or two with cars that will start with like a supervisory, like some onboard supervision, someone sitting at the wheel just in case, and removing the supervisors progressively? Or are you aiming for going fully fledged without even a human supervisor when you get started?
Okay, well, I guess regarding I'll answer yeah, the first part of the question. The nature of real world AI is different from, say, an LLM in that you have a massive amount of context, so that like you've got case of Tesla 7 or 8 cameras that 9 up to 9 if you include the internal camera that so you've got gigabytes of context, and that is then distilled down into a small number of control outputs. Whereas it's like you don't really, it's very rare to have. In fact, I'm not sure any LLM out there can do gigabytes of context. And then you've got to then process that in the car with a very small amount of compute power. It's all doable and it's happening, but it is a different problem than what, say, a Gemini or an OpenAI is doing. Now, part of the way you can make up for the fact that the inference computer is quite small is by spending a lot of effort on training. And just like a human, like the more you train on something, the less mental workload it takes when you try to when you do it. Like when the first time like a human starts driving, it absorbs your whole mind. But then as you train more and more on driving, get very good, then the driving becomes a background task. It only absorbs a small amount of your mental capacity because you have a lot of training. So we can make up for the fact that the inference computers it's tiny compared to a 10 kilowatt bank of GPUs, because you've got a few hundred watts of inference compute. We can make up that with heavy training. So yeah, that's and then there's also vast amounts of the actual petabytes of data coming in are tremendous, and then sorting out what training is important was of the vast amounts of video training or video data coming into the fleet, what is actually most important for training? That's also quite difficult. But as I said, we're not currently training compute constraint. I'm sure if you want to elaborate on it.
Yeah, like you mentioned, the training helps both train larger models, also to train quicker. But in the end, we still got to pick which models are performing better. So the validation effort to picking the models, because the miles per intervention is pretty large, we have to drive a lot of miles to go in closed loop. We do have simulation and other ways to get those metrics. Those do help, but in the end, that's a big bottleneck. Yeah, that's why we're not training compute constraint alone. And there's other axis of scaling as well, which is the data, figuring out which data is more useful. That is an important task, and we're focusing on that.
Yeah.
So as it relates to the second part of your question, Pierre, about safety drivers and rolling it out, each state has different requirements that, in terms of how many miles and how much time you need to have a safety driver and not have a safety driver. We're going to follow all those. We're not going to violate whatever regulations are out there, but safety is a priority. But the goal is obviously that when we're ready and safety is there, we'll remove all the drivers from the rideshare program.
Yeah, I mean, I guess like we think that we'll be able to have driverless Teslas doing paid rides next year, sometime next year.
All right, thank you. And our next question comes from Adam Jonas at Morgan Stanley. Adam, please feel free to unmute yourself.
Okay, thanks everybody. Just had a question about the relationship between Tesla and XAI. Many investors are still not clear how the work at XAI is truly beneficial to Tesla. Some even take the view that the two companies may even be in competition with each other in terms of talent and tech, and even your time, Elon. So what's your message to investors on that relationship between Tesla and XAI, and where do you see it going over time? Thanks.
Well, I should say that XAI has been helpful to Tesla AI quite a few times in terms of things like scaling up, a lot of like training, just even like recently in the last week or so, improvements in fault tolerant training, where if you're doing a big training run and a node fails, being able to continue training and easy to recover from on a training run, XAI has been pretty helpful. But there are different problems. XAI is working on artificial general intelligence or artificial superintelligence. Tesla is trying to make autonomous cars and autonomous robots. They're different problems. So, yeah, I mean,
I think we've said this before also, like not all AI is equal, right? I mean, AI is a broad spectrum.
Yeah.
And we have our own swim lanes. Yes, there are certain things which we can collaborate on if needed, but for the most part, we're solving different issues.
Yeah, Tesla's focused on real world AI. And like as I was saying earlier, it is quite a bit different from an LLM. Because you have massive context in the form of video and some amount of audio that's got to be distilled very with extremely efficient inference compute. I do think Tesla is the most efficient in the world in terms of inference compute, because out of necessity, we have to be very good at efficient inference. We can't put 10 kilowatts of GPUs in a car. We've got a couple hundred watts, and it's pretty well designed Tesla AI chip, but it's still a couple hundred watts. But there are different problems. I mean, it's just like the stuff that XAI does, like when it's running inference. I mean, it is running inference, like it's answering questions, it's answering testing questions on a 10 kilowatt rack. It's like, yeah, put that in a car. It's a different problem.
Please no.
No, exactly. So, XAI is because I felt there wasn't a truth-seeking digital superintelligence company out there. Like that's what it came down to. That there needed to be a truth-seeking, an AI company that is just very rigorous about being truthful. I'm not saying XAI is perfect, but that is that is at least the explicit aspiration. Even if something is, politically incorrect, it should still be truthful. I think this is very important for AI safety. So anyway, I think XAI it has been helpful to Tesla and will continue to be helpful to Tesla, but there are very different problems. Great. And I mean, if you think what other car company has a world-class chip design team? Like zero. What other car company has a world-class AI team like Tesla does? Zero. Those are all startups. They're created from scratch.
Great. Thank you, Elon. And I think that's unfortunately all the time that we have for today. We appreciate all of your questions and we look forward to hearing from you next quarter. Thank you very much and goodbye.
All right. Let's bring everyone back up. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Jump on the Speaker Board. Let's do a recap for 5 minutes. Hustle Town, Finflexity, anybody here? Am I the only one who listened to
Yeah.
the end? Okay.
No,
I'm
I'm here.
here.
Okay, great. There was nothing new in that call, except maybe the one thing was the COGS per vehicle was lower than people expected. So there's some improvement in COGS per vehicle. We knew Cybertruck gross margin positivity was a possibility, but that's again with the $100,000 ASP, and that's going to drop in Q4. And then what else? FSD miles came in as expected. You get Texas Cortex is moving along as expected. The quarter-over-quarter gross margin improvement in automotive is, I would say, maybe half due to FSD revenue recognition. And then the CFO mentioned it's going to be hard to sustain that in Q4. So that's probably the key takeaway from the auto margins. And then energy margins were higher at 30%. So that's a very good positive news. We'll see if that's sustained, but energy is still a very small portion of the business. And Elon said it's going to get to multiple terawatt hours, but when? We'll see when that happens. Lathrop is running at 40 level already, so that's production capacity. I don't know if they're going to expand that later on, but Giga Nevada probably ramping Powerwall production, so that's going to increase. And I think he said something around 100 level as well, with Giga Shanghai ramping at some point. These are all in line with what we expected in TSLA, so nothing too surprising on any of those fronts. Anybody, any comments? Next year, production to grow 20 to 30%. I think that's going to depend a lot on where the interest rates end up. So we'll see. And then, at what margin level, that also matters too. So testing supervised robotaxi internally, Michelle points out. So with employees, supervised testing in one area. So that's way more was there a few years ago. So we'll see how fast. I mean, they did say they expect to get to superhuman level of critical interventions by second quarter or third quarter next year. But I think I'll take it later on that one. But we can discuss that tomorrow in Tesla Live. Let's see. So actually, Emmanuel says the comment around hardware 3 cannot show autonomy. We'll upgrade all to AI 3 for free. Is new information, but this is pretty much what Omar has been saying in Tesla Live Spaces every day. So that was also pretty much in line with what we expected. It was interesting that they pretty much filibustered analyst questions, and that's the first in Tesla earnings call history. And anything else?
The sell side is going to be mad tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, the stock is up 12% still. What do you guys think the stock will do tomorrow, next day?
Down.
I say it's up another 5%.
Yeah, I think it's still going to be down too. So I'll take FinFlex to the side on that. The comment around Q4 margins not being sustainable is a key one.
I think that was expected already because the expectations for this quarter were so low already. So Q4 wouldn't have been much higher to begin with.
Yeah, did he throw out a $300 million something figure? I missed what that exactly was about. Did you guys catch that? Right before he said Q4 margins will be, it's going to be challenging to sustain. He threw out a $300 million something figure.
We'll have to check the transcript. During the start, I think I missed a lot of commentary here and there. Elon particularly, he was throwing out a few details here and there, which I thought were important, but I didn't get them down.
I mean, there was really nothing specific and important, pretty much the entire call. I just want to check that transcript around the $300 million figure, what that was referring to. And then aside from that, they just ran the clock basically on analyst questions. That was kind of interesting to watch. That's going to be on the headlines tomorrow.
And they were talking over each other.
Michelle is saying that Omar is asking if you're doing a space or not.
Yeah, let's do a quick space. Okay. Just a quick earnings recap, and then we can keep this rolling. Let me just bring in, you guys can stick around the speakers if you want. Let me just bring in the space real quick. Q3 2024 earnings recap. When Omar asks, you gotta deliver. He's done so much for the space. So if X allows me to though, because it's not starting. Interesting. These X bugs are killing me. Michelle, if you could let the speaker board know in the DM group that we're starting a space real quick, that would be helpful. Here we go. I'm bringing in the space in here. Look at this magic. Okay. Michelle, can you hear me? We just switched.
Yeah, that works.
Good. YouTube live still ongoing. We'll do our earnings recap real quick. Let's see if Omar is able to join. And then Hustle Town. Hustle Town, how is the audio quality on YouTube? If you're on YouTube, watching this on YouTube, let me know how the audio quality is real quick, everybody. Omar's here too. Let's just do a quick 10, 20 minute earnings recap. Please like and repost the space to get the word out as quickly as possible. This is an unplanned space for Q3 24 earnings recap. Please like and repost the space. And also, if you'd like to support the channel, do it at the top of your screens. I'm going to pin the YouTube link. Give it a like, share, and show some love to the live. The earnings watch party has been going on for the last 3 hours. We're going to complement that with a space on top of that. Okay, Omar, how are you?
Hey, doing good. What a call.
What a call. What did you think?
Wow. I mean, it really seems like everything's coming together. Universally bearish sentiment going into the call from bulls, bears sounding defeated. Oh, I don't know, including me. Oh, margin's probably going to get even worse. Well, we now have, 2 consecutive quarters of margin expansion coming from Q1 of this year. Looking at automotive gross margin excluding regulatory credits, it's dark. All of this cost cutting that you saw early in the year, we're starting to see the effect of that. And I think people were very surprised. The energy business, I mean, this is clearly a key part of the overall margin expansion for the business. A 30% gross margin, the COGS coming down, 2 billion FSD miles. So many interesting tidbits on the call. They're already operating a supervised rideshare service in the Bay Area for employees. What? The rideshare app is already live in internal testing. Our forecasts are that will exceed human levels by Q2. Excuse me? And I think a little bit of an admission that that hardware 3 is kind of dying in a sense, right? That hardware 3 is kind of dying in a sense, right? They're focusing on hardware 4 first, porting it back. But then I think a really important promise that, hey, if we can't do it, and to know that Tesla is committed to supporting these vehicles and getting them to driverless.
Thank you, Omar, for the initial take. Let's bring in Machine and anybody else who wants to comment on the earnings call. If you are on YouTube, please let me know how the audio is. Thank you, Hassan, for letting me know. Audio is good on YouTube. Please head over to the top of your screens. Give that YouTube video a like. This is a on-schedule space earnings recap. Machine, what were your takeaways from the call?
Thank you for having me. Well, I will start with the positives, which the majority
Machine, are you going to, first of all, are you going to take an hour to answer this one question so that we don't get any analyst questions?
I'm giving the positives of this one. Positives were the significant reduction in COGS, more than we expected, for sure. Energy margins higher than expected, for sure. The specific statements and numerics about targeted goals for vehicle growth next year, for energy production now being at the peak rate for Lathrop, and then what's expected for next year, as well as the supervised FSD intervention rate. Very specific details that we really haven't gotten before, and a lot of those were very positive. I would say overall, one of the most positive calls I've heard in a while. Those are my positive points.
Okay. Trevor?
Yeah, I think one of the biggest takeaways, Omar kind of alluded to it, was the hardware 3. I think that alleviates a lot of worries from people. And then the next biggest takeaway for me was vertical integration. I mean, he talks about the machine that builds the machine and how no one is even trying to do what, not even trying to do, they're not even thinking of the ability to try to do that. So.
Okay, keep it short, everybody. Uzi?
Yeah, I caught bits and pieces that was on the run, but I think you should pin Machine's last tweet on the speaker board.
Last tweet. Let's see.
Second to last, sorry. Just check.
Entire Tesla. But yeah, I mean, that's premature ejaculation, as I mentioned in the replies. Machine?
I will say the negatives, which are, don't outweigh the positives, but they did mention that automotive margins in Q4 will probably be lower than Q3, given the weakening economic situation, as they said, given that they just reduced the APR. So that they also kind of indicated that there would be fluctuations in the margins for energy because it's dependent on the product. Both those signs intimate to me that the gross margins, gross profits for those divisions in Q4 might be lower per vehicle. I don't know when you calculate out with total vehicles if that will be lower or not. The other thing is specifically with FSD, Ashok mentioned that the critical intervention rate had been reduced 100x already since the beginning of this year. And then saying
beginning of
I believe
Yeah.
this year.
Is that what he said? Okay.
And then he
And at
said
1000x.
another 10x,
Yeah.
I believe, by Q2, which is also the time that they expect a targeted goal for the better than a human. And so that all sounds to me that they think they are 10x away, which is pretty good. I am still hesitant to fully believe that. We don't see that. We've seen amazing improvements, but I don't know if we've seen 100x improvements. So that's, I'm a little hesitant on that. And
By the way,
last,
he before that, he said collision, right? So I guess that's how they think about safety critical interventions, collisions.
okay, that's fair, right? I mean, that's more realistic to what actually are going to be true issues. And my last point, slight negative, is just Vibhav. I think he's great in terms of what he's producing content-wise. The accent's a little tough. I just have one small suggestion. I think he should be replaced with a real American speaker with no accent. And I have one person in mind, Omar. I think we could just slide him in and we wouldn't miss a beat.
All right. Any other comments? Ipatio?
Hello, everyone. Hello from Europe. Well, I'm confused. Will there be a so-called 25K model with manual controls?
I don't think so.
I mean, I don't know how many times they can write this on the deck and people still be confused about it. It's not going to be 25K, but they are working on a more affordable model that's going to be built on the 3-in-Y production lines. And they reaffirmed that it's going to start next year. He said there is no non-robotaxi model. It will be able to be a robotaxi too. But that doesn't mean that they're not making a more affordable model with manual controls actually before the Cybercab. So that's what they're going to do. It's not going to be 25K. He talked about a 20% cost reduction. If they're at about 32,000 in terms of COGS right now, a 20% reduction in COGS would put it right around $26,000. If so, you could probably retail it in the $30,000 to $35,000 range and make a good profit there, I think.
Is that going to be a new model, or is it going to be?
Yeah, I'm really fucking tired of these new speakers coming up and taking the mic without raising their hands. New speakers must stay on mute, raise their hand, and wait to be called upon. That's the rule of the space. I don't care if you get used to these nonsensical other spaces. That's the quality here. Okay, Machine.
2 points. One, on the next new models, as we've said since the beginning of the year, they have not been specific on what those exactly mean. And that seemed to indicate that it wasn't going to be the new compact model, but it was likely going to be some small modifications. We don't know exactly of the Model 3 and Y. People are taking every time they update us and react and say, aha, see, they are going to have a Model 2 come out next year. And
Okay, can we move on from this Model 2 topic?
Yep.
Okay. What do you think was the most material new information that came out in the last 2-3 hours? Machine.
I mean, there's a few. If I just give one right now, I think it's specifics that Lathrop is at max production rate now. They expect, I think, quickly Shanghai to get to 20 gigawatt hours. I think the way Elon said that is that he expects it to ramp to 20 pretty soon in Q1, Q2, 2025. I think that's somewhat new information in terms of that production rate.
Sorry, say that last part again.
I just think that's overall new information that they're going to basically be at 60 gigawatt hours production rate by the end of Q1, possibly.
At Lathrop.
The 40, they are 40 at Lathrop
Yeah.
now.
Okay. And where's 60 coming from?
They're going to have 20 in Shanghai.
Okay. I mean, that's not new information, dude. You know
Yeah,
that.
it is.
Okay, so what's new information?
When did you know that Lathrop was at its 40 gigawatt hours annualized rate?
Well, we knew the capacity. We knew the capacity was 40.
No,
right?
I
And
know.
they were going to get to at some point, and they've been ramping for like 2 years now. What did you expect?
Fine. The other
Okay.
aspect, I guess, was verification of 4680 being best in cost. I guess it's a little bit new
Soon.
information.
Yeah. Soon. Okay. Anything else? Anything on FSD? I think Cortex is, coming online a little bit. We knew that from the cooling fans and GPU.
That's huge.
Yeah, GPUs.
50,000 GPUs online in Texas by next week. Let's go.
Uh-huh. So that's slightly ahead of schedule. And what else? Omar, what was the biggest? I mean, what about the FSD on supervised network being starting online? I guess that's one information, right?
Yeah, I mean, these things are kind of like, are they actually going to do it in Q2? Probably not, Maybe it'll be Q4, maybe it'll be 2026. But you really are seeing, they're not joking here. Success is now sort of a near certainty. Now, one of the things that is more short term that really struck me was, well, first off, Cybertruck hitting profitability. That came in ahead of schedule. Rivian, obviously, you saw how they did on gross profit positive. They're having these supply issues, and Cybertruck started production first, and they're already to profitability. I mean, the execution there by the team is the best in the industry. Then the guidance, they said, we still expect to grow deliveries year over year. I'm like, are you guys high? Really? You think you're going to grow deliveries year over year? I mean, they did what was it? 1.8 last year. So that's going to be, about 515,000 vehicles at least to deliver growth this year. So that's pretty crazy guidance. Also, the guidance for next year, 20 to 30% growth. That's obviously much higher than the street's expecting.
Machine, what did you think of the 20 to 30% for next year? So that gets to about 2.2 to 2.3.
I don't think it's that new of information based on his statement at the beginning of the year that they expect 50% over what they can do with their current lines in 2023 by 2025. So that would be 20-30% each year.
Do you think they're going to hit it?
Probably. They'll be close.
Okay. Any other new information? If you're watching this on YouTube, please leave a comment in YouTube live chat. What was the new material information that came out from the last 2-3 hours? And if you're listening in next, you can reply to the space as well. So, Machine, are you buying shares? Did you buy shares today?
No, but I would say that this is enough information to start a bit of a bigger position. It's reduced uncertainty quite a bit. And, the share price is where it was 2 weeks ago with much less uncertainty. So I'm thinking about it. And yeah, I still think there's some macro.
So you're going to buy shares tomorrow with 12% higher share price.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Anyone else on the board? I know Uzi bought some. That sounded very like a sure kind of, yeah, exactly. But we'll take your word for it because you're
You
a
know,
you're a very trustworthy person. Everything you say that comes out of your mouth is super trustworthy. So we trust you. Go ahead.
I was in a space with a Tesla bear in the other space that I was in, and he came in. He said, "Hey, this is looking really bullish. I just initiated a $50,000 position. I think this is probably going to 300, if not all-time highs."
Who said that?
This guy, Jaguar.
Oh, Jaguar. Yeah. Jaguar. Okay. All right. Drew Soul says he bought shares on Leafs today, also closed out his puts before the market closed. He's a winner. Okay. Cookie says feeling great about Q3. So basically, if Trout wins, we're gonna take blah blah blah. Okay. Machine, what do you think about the filibustering of the earnings call?
But I missed this, so I don't know what you're talking about.
What do you mean you missed it? They literally took 7 minutes to answer every single word of every single say question and left no room for analyst questions. And then they took a couple later on. But
Well, I was busy eating Popeyes while
I was like,
listening.
wow, you learned so much from this campaign trail. Filibustering and earnings calls. That's going to be a thing tomorrow for sure. Inflexity.
Maybe it is me who is sleep deprived, but today I had the toughest time understanding what Elon was talking about. Between there, I was thinking I am not even able to understand what he's saying on the call.
Okay, Trevor.
Yeah, so they mentioned also that Tesla owners are driving like I think they said 6.5 million miles on FSD supervised per day. I think that's just, again, contributing to the material in the long run as they are
Yeah,
doing
that was
these.
the FST miles. The graph was exactly as we discussed in the watch party before there. So at the watch party, link at the top of our screens, you can rewind right now if you want. And we said the line that shows FST miles, cumulative FST miles, will be straight line for now, and that's exactly how it came. There wasn't anything really. I guess I disagree. There wasn't anything new and material in this earnings call, except for energy margins. I think energy margins were higher than expected. That's one positive. That's about it. Machine, do you think Tesla will get to superhuman levels of critical interventions by Q2 or Q3?
I'm gonna say no, but I think they'll be close. I think it'll happen next year, which I don't know why everyone would be surprised. I did originally predict January 2025, and I don't know, everyone thinks I'm a bear. But my last point on this, when I don't, want to, make a big deal about it, but I know everyone else does, is the mention of hardware 3. And does this definitely mean hardware 3 won't work? No. But this is where having emotional intelligence and common sense is important, not just trying to analytically derive everything. Elon has been hinting.
They said exactly. Yeah, they said exactly what we discussed here for months.
Tweet after tweet.
Yeah, apologies if you already went over this, but I'm not sure why you're so sure that Elon meant that Cybercab is going to have a version with a steering wheel. The way I interpreted what he said is that there won't be any steering wheel at all.
I don't know who you're talking to.
Whole Mars, I think, was saying this before.
It's not a Cybercab. The Cybercab doesn't have any steering wheel. The Cybercab's going to cost $25,000. They have a more affordable model that they're making on the 3-in-Y line. It's not going to cost $25,000. They said, we're moving it up onto the 3-in-Y line. We're not going to achieve all of our cost targets, but we're going to get something out sooner than we would have otherwise. So to recap, it's not a Cybercab. It's a new, more affordable model. It has a steering wheel and pedals. It's starting production in the first half of next year.
Okay. Man, people are so focused on this vehicle. It's crazy.
And they seem to not be able to read the sentence on the page that is all the
Yeah.
information we know about it.
Yeah. Oh wow, amazing. Here's an interesting reply at the top of our screens by Christian. Is this calculation correct? And I'll post this on YouTube as well if you're watching this on YouTube on your screens right now. Question is this calculation correct? 6.4 million FSD supervised miles per day at say 40 miles per day, 160,000 units users per day. 160,000 users, daily active users. Omar, what do you think about this calculation? This would be in line with what we've been estimating here.
It's hard to know, because people use FSD for a different percentage of their drive. You can't just say like, oh, it's 12,000 miles, whatever. You don't really know. So it's an estimate. I would estimate that it's probably higher than that, and that people are using FSD probably on average for maybe around 50% of their driving or something like that.
Yeah, maybe 200,000 to 300,000 daily active users for FSD is my guess.
And some people are probably using it for 90% of their driving. Some people are probably using it for 1 or 2% of their driving.
Right. Okay. Machine said he's gonna buy shares tomorrow. He's gonna start a bigger position. Omar said, Omar, do you still expect Tesla stock to go to 300?
I mean, I've been saying for a while that I think this is a $300 stock. It seems like things are kind of coming together. There, I think he had a really great line where he talked about, we're trying to build the future of sustainable energy, transport, robotics, AI. Others are managing around short-term trends. And I think this is just so true. They're really, executing a plan to become the most valuable company on earth. And I mean, you just look at their peers, right? And everyone goes, "Oh, RJ, he's so great. He's like liberal. Everybody's leaving Tesla and going to Rivian like RJ." And then, he goes, "Oh, we're going to get gross profit positive by the end of the year. Can't do it because they made some order wrong with their suppliers." And, that's just the reality of it, right? You can say I like this guy or I don't like Elon's tweets, but the results compared to their peers are just exceptional. I mean, a financial result like this in the climate we're seeing is not easy to pull off. And I mean, the cuts they had to make to get here were painful and challenging. And people really criticized them. They said, "Oh, what? You're shutting down the supercharger team? But we need superchargers," And they had to put up with all that to get to this result that we saw today.
Yoda. I'm going to count to 3, and Omar and Machine, you guys are going to call it truths right now with a thumbs up. 3, 2, 1. Ouch. Yeah, if you're watching this on YouTube, you see the thumbs up and thumbs downs. If you're listening next, you did not. Yoda, what was your key takeaway from this earnings call and earnings release? Was there anything new and material that you learned in the last 3 hours?
Yeah, this one was a great one. I appreciated that there's an energy business apparently that's been tucked under some wrapper. That the Cybertruck production line is now ramped and ramen profitable. I mean, FSD Q3 next year, latest. Yeah, there's just a ton. And of course,
Yeah.
excited about the Q1 new vehicle.
Yeah. I want to point out Tesla stand. Sorry.
Did I say some?
Hold on. Okay. Sorry, I've been live for like 4 hours now. And that's anyway. Tesla stand at the top of your screens posts a picture from CNBC that reports Tesla revenue miss. And there was an earlier article headline on CNBC that said Tesla surprise on earnings or something based on regulatory credit sales, which are both obviously false. And this is why you should like and subscribe to Tesla Live, because CNBC is spreading misinformation headline after headline. So we're going to take 30 seconds while I cough for you all to go up to the top of your screens, click into YouTube Live, and hit like and subscribe to the channel. Right now we have 120 likes. We'll continue at 200. Yeah, 134 and counting. We'll continue at 200. The link is at the top of our screens. It only takes 2 seconds to do, and it's free. And this space has been going on for 4 hours. That's on top of the 2 hours earlier for Tesla Live. So you can take 2 seconds to go up to the top of your screens and hit that like button. And machine will tell you now why you should do that. Actually, no, because people don't want to miss something. So we're going to wait until we get to 200. Okay, machine.
I just would advise you. I know there's not much to do in Austin, but you should probably quit chain smoking and steroids. They're not good for your voice or your hair.
Yeah, man. You can't try to derail my observation about you from earlier spaces. You still owe me an answer. It's obvious that you have some sort of a ability here to. I'm not going to continue, but you know what I'm talking about. Machine.
If I had the ability to predict things, I would be a
That's
billionaire.
not predict.
I
That's not
wouldn't be
prediction.
spending
That's
my
not prediction.
time. By the way, did you notice that with your receding hairline, you're looking like that character in Silence of the Lambs?
Okay. Hollis. Can you guys hear Hollis? Okay. All right. 184. This is incredible. It's like 400 people can't take 2 seconds to go up to the top of their screens and like the stream. Unbelievable. Luce.
So, what do you guys think about the fact they are gonna stop at around 90,000 GPUs? Looks kind of weird to me. What do you think about?
What do you mean they're gonna stop around 9,000? They didn't say
Yeah,
that.
they say that they are gonna stop at around 90,000 H100 GPUs and stay
They
there
said it
for a
on the
while.
call.
Yeah. No, it's also
Omar?
on the report.
On the report, it just shows end of 2024. Omar, did they say that?
No, yeah, and they will.
No.
Okay,
That's
so
just
Luce,
where the graph
yeah,
ends.
can I just say Luce is just this incredible. I mean, how can someone be so wrong? Like even Gordon Johnson is not this wrong. And Luce critical of the space, critical of the speakers, and he's time and time again just completely wrong, multiple times a day. It's just amazing. Amped up.
Yeah, because the Cybertruck is gross margin positive now, is there a possibility you think that the 60K Cybertruck will come out sooner than expected?
Omar?
Well, if they were producing the 60K today, they might not be profitable anymore. It's probably going to take some time to continue to drive the cost down, develop a smaller version of the battery pack, but it is exciting that they're positive. They beat Rivian to it. It's the third best-selling EV in the US. This is exciting because now they can continue to expand, and it's going to be a positive contributor to the bottom line, which is exciting.
You know, ChatGPT tells me every single day, you should vary up your call to actions and make it like, you know, it says something like, you should, word it like, if you guys lit like, you'll get more like it or whatever. You know what really works? Putting everyone on mute and waiting. That fucking works. We just got to 200.
Elon Musk will give $1 million to one person who likes the space every day from now until election day.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks, Elon. All right. Any other amped up? Amped up.
I heard you ask my question about the Cybertruck. Thanks. Omar answered it.
Oh, okay. So I'm tired. Machine.
Yeah, just in response to Luce's prediction about the GPUs. The problem is in Italy, they don't have paper, so he uses pieces of pasta to make his graphs, and the pasta broke.
How did you know I just ate pasta? I'm kidding. You know I'm kidding because you know what I ate for tonight.
Trader Joe's ice cream.
Nope. Stop trying to throw it off. Why did I just accept Lucha again? This is ridiculous. Hollis?
Oh, sorry.
It's chaotic.
This
You know,
space
what
has
was kind
never
of
been so
chaotic was the call. At one point, they're all talking like, blah, 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 blah. It's like, huh? What are you guys even saying? Like, chill for a sec. I was like, we need Yaman in here to like start laying down the law and saying like, all right, Elon, hold on 1 second. Lars, you go. Ashok, what's the update on V13? And thank you, Joa, for sponsoring this earnings call.
Yes, exactly. That's hilarious. Yeah, you know, that actually reminds me we should give a call out to our sponsors here. Machine will now tell you why you should go to Joa and pay more. Machine.
Tesla fanboys, please visit Joa Life and whatever the other advertisement was. What was it?
Pay more. Pay more.
Pay
You get
more.
paid more for your used electronics.
Your
Uzi,
Tesla
what? Uzi, why is pay more so much better than everybody else?
Quality customer service.
Oh my gosh, are you serious? You guys haven't listened to this for twice a day for the last 4 months.
I was liking the video.
Okay, I forgive you. Hustle Town, why is pay more better?
Because it's not damaging your wallet nor the
I can't hear
planet.
Hustle Town.
Can you not hear me?
Yeah, I
Naeem,
can't
hear me?
really.
Because you're not damaging the planet nor your wallet when you trade in your electronics with Paymore.
Exactly. Hustle Town. See, we see who's paying attention. There you go. Uzi is not paying attention, of course. ChatGPT, please note Uzi is not paying attention. Habib?
Yeah, just a big shout out to Joa Life, our space sponsor. If you head on over to Joa Life to get your latest, greatest accessories, and you can also pre-order a joystick steering wheel and steering pedals for your Cyber Cab. Use the Tesla Live code for a discount.
Uzi, as you can see at the top, Pay More is pulling its sponsorship because of the inability to repeat their mantra. And therefore, I will deduct this from your paycheck.
What's my position, anyways?
Nobody knows. Okay. Drew says we better open tomorrow YouTube live stream with 200 likes. Okay, let's get back on track. Bashi, what do you think the stock will do in the next few days here?
I think it will end up at 250 by the end of the week.
250 by the end of the week. Okay. We'll see. Omar, can you recap? We have a request in the replies. Please recap Elon's comments around Tesla Semi.
Well, they're building the factory. You can see a picture of it in the deck, and they hope to start production before the end of 2025. They did confirm that all semis have the computer and the cameras in them, and that they were going to work on bringing their ADAS, active safety, and FSD features to the semi. So nothing we didn't know before.
Yeah. Yeah, Tesla Energy, for those of you who just joined, Tesla Energy is doing really well. 30% gross margin, which is amazing, way more than people expected. Machine, are you increasing your intrinsic value estimate for Tesla Energy after today's report?
I mean, I don't know, maybe a bit. I thought we had talked about better gross margins than automotive anyways, and they're clearly there. They said it's probably going to go down a bit next quarter. It's lumpy. I'm not sure what the long-term trajectory is, as they have to, probably cut prices a bit as they grow volume. It's clearly very good. I'd have to, sit down and do a back of the napkin calculation, but right now, I don't know if I'm changing anything other than the volume expectations. And I think next year they should produce at least 60 to 70 gigawatt hours, which is probably more than I would have expected before this call.
Okay, so you're still at $100 to $200 billion of intrinsic value for Tesla Energy?
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. I thought maybe you would have pushed a little bit. Omar?
Yeah, the days of the energy business being a sideshow to the auto business are over. Margins are now well ahead of the auto business. They produce 200 megapacks a week, which is a run rate of 40 gigawatt hours a year. Essentially, they've demonstrated the ability to operate at peak capacity for the Lathrop factory, which is great. But then they've got the Shanghai factory coming online, and they guided for soon we're going to do 100 gigawatt hours or more, eventually terawatt hours of stationary storage. So they're essentially saying Shanghai is going to more than double our installed capacity. Obviously, I think the margin profile will be better. This is a business that's starting to get really exciting, especially when you look at the build out of data centers. You look at all these sort of use cases of electric. I mean, look at that 160 sol supercharger they just announced on I-5 in California. And they said we can only get 1.5 megawatts of grid service because it's going to take a long time for them to upgrade the interconnection. But we just put mega packs and solar there, and now we can just power the site ourselves without the grid, which is kind of crazy. And I mean, it really kind of shows all parts of Tesla's business coming together. The other interesting thing, 100,000 power walls connected to the virtual power plant system. I mean, this is like a mega pack in its own right. So like 100,000 power walls times like 14 kilowatt hours each. This is like, like a gigawatt hour of distributed battery capacity, which is pretty incredible. So this is only going to grow from here. They've got record Powerwall deliveries. We just got a couple Powerwalls installed ourselves at my parents' house, and the Powerwall 3 is a really great product. 2 of them can power your whole house very easily.
Okay. Anything else from the speaker board? Otherwise, we're going to call it a day. And then we're going to dig into these results tomorrow. I'm going to listen to the earnings call again. Omar?
Just a couple other things I wanted to call out. So he said under 30K at the event. On the call, he said, 25K for the Cybercab. I think that's, pretty interesting. The affirmation of the new vehicles, new, more affordable models being on track. And I think Cortex coming online a little bit earlier than expected, and Cybertruck hitting profitability sooner than expected was probably the best news from the call.
Okay. Michelle?
I just can't believe that Elon put the Galaxy thing in the call. I was just like, please, like sometimes he has these like little cassettes, and that was just weird, but funny.
What Galaxy thing?
I don't know how to pronounce his name scale thing about like using all the energy from the planet, from a solar system, and then from a galaxy scale thing. I was like, oh my god. But that's Elon.
Okay. Machine, how do you think Cortex coming online will reflect in user experience on FSD in the coming months?
I think they're going to try to lower intervention rate, critical intervention rate. If they're going to try to 10x it by February, March, you're going to have to see some steps toward that in the next few months.
Okay, so you believe Cortex coming online will accelerate FSD progress, correct?
Correct. He said it was, am I wrong? Right? He said he was for hardware 4. That was like earlier this year.
Yeah. And are you upgrading to hardware 3 now, or are you buying a hardware 4 Model 3?
I mean, this. Why would I buy a hardware 3 now? I mean, Omar was trying to screw me over by buying.
No, they did mention.
Elon just promised you he's
Yeah.
going to make it driverless. Why would you not take the free upgrade?
Why would I do that if I can just get a hardware 4 car?
So you'd rather buy a whole new car rather than get FSD or get hardware 3 with a guarantee that it'll become driverless?
Well, first of all, it's not a guarantee.
Guarantee in terms of the hardware upgrades.
In 2 years, I'm going to want a new car anyways. So this thing, it's basically not going to have any time to be a robotaxi, or whatever, drive around unsupervised. Not much time. So listen, this is good for hardware 3 owners who've been pining, believing the hype for years because they didn't want to believe that it couldn't work. And so for them to say they'll upgrade it, that's a great risk reduction for everyone. So, I commend these people who now can go back to visualizing that they're going to own a fleet of robotaxis in their backyards of their 1-bedroom trashy house in Florida.
Trevor.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a quick comment on the Tesla energy side. I think what Omar was alluding to, he's 100% right. A lot of the infrastructure for the cities, if you increase these robotaxis like Tesla's planning on doing, the grid can't support that. So how do you get that support? Well, solar and megapacks. And Tesla, there's a reason they're ramping this stuff. They are planning ahead, as they always do. They're always 2 steps ahead. So that's my take on that.
Anything else? Lucia, would you like to make a comment in this space that is correct?
Well, I'm gonna look at the transcript when it comes out, and you will see that I stand correct. Okay, that's what I want to say.
I don't even know what you said earlier on, so I can just deleted it from my memory.
So they said, and I repeat, that they will decrease spending on new AI clusters and will look into how to utilize the current capacity better. Now, if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. But if I'm correct, then you guys are
Lucia, Tesla's going to spend tens of billions of dollars building training compute in the coming years. They're not going to stop after they build Cortex.
Yeah, no, they are not going to stop forever. But for example, NVIDIA is going to come out with new GPUs. It makes no sense currently to expand the capacity right now, since they are not.
Okay, so you're saying they're going to stop for 1-2 quarters? Why? Like, that's not even material, right? For
Okay, yeah,
long-term
well,
investors.
that's
So do you
what
agree that Tesla will spend tens of billions of dollars in training compute in the coming years?
Yeah, they surely will.
Elon said something like, we're not training compute constrained at this time, but he said that before. And the limiting factor changes every now and then. Is that what you're referring to?
No, I mean, they specifically say that they are looking how to utilize the current capacity better, and they are basically cutting down on new spending for AI GPUs, basically, but not forever. Basically, in the currently, like 2 quarters or
Okay.
whatever.
Okay, thanks, Lucia. Meta has a tweet summarizing 5 points. Meta, do you want to present these 5 points, the key takeaways from the call?
Sure. Do you want to go through them one by one?
Just basically summarize what you just wrote.
I think the biggest things are FSD is progressing faster than I think a lot of people think it is. The fact that they built the app, the fact that they're testing out the app, it's obviously they've got people behind the wheel. That's by far the biggest thing. And the other two big points are they've got a lot of miles on their FSD now on V12. They're clearly pushing people to use FSD, even if they've bought FSD. I think that settles the debate as to why they're giving people free trials. And the compute, I think the most technical piece there was when Elon says they're not training compute constrained. Ashok, I think, nicely phrased it as maybe they're validation compute constrained. I think they're still compute constrained.
Yeah, I think that's very obvious to anyone who's been attending these spaces over the last 2 years, really. So it's gonna take a while. They're gonna continue to build training compute. So you said Ashok earns a lot of credit for being truthful when Elon says they're not training compute, because Ashok made it clear that additional compute helps training and validation. So arguably they're validation compute constraint and simulation constraint. Okay. And then you said they made it clear they would prefer a national bill, making it easy to roll out everywhere. That's what we said here too. Over the months, Omar said that many
Sometimes
times.
it's like, wow, do they listen to this space?
Yeah, right. They should just say go to Tesla Live every day, so we don't have to have these earnings calls every quarter, so that they can live their life and focus on other things that matter. They've iterated critical disengagement data multiple times. Elon should ideally comment on why their numbers internally differ from the FSD beta tracker. I don't know. I don't know if you want to recognize.
I think it's more likely that's just going to become the next trope, like Hardware 3 has been by influencers. And I think it's continuing to be when they say the Hardware 3 comment that Elon made is like the only statement they're going to look at, despite the 3 or 4 statements he made before that, explaining that it's likely it'll get there. And if it doesn't get there, they'll take care of you.
Yeah. All right. Anything else? Sounds good. We're gonna leave it there. I'm gonna keep the X space open for the next 5 minutes so that you can go to the top of our screens, click into the YouTube link on your way out, just like you're checking a code, grabbing your code after you leave a restaurant. Make it a habit. When you come in, checking your code, hit that like button. If you joined us halfway, go to the space at the end, hit that like button through the link at the top of our screens. It really helps us, the YouTube channel, and makes this space possible. So we're at 206. I want to see that number at 300 by the time in the next 5 minutes. Thank you, everybody. And I'll chat with you all tomorrow in Tesla Live.